Hi, my name is Doug and this is Aragon. Aragon is a red-tailed hawk. You can see by his tail and the belly band on the chest. He represents our wild places at Five Rivers Metro Parks. We have 16,500 acres of land and multiple facilities. These parks are wonderful for hiking and fishing, backpacking experiences, and just a chance to see beautiful gardens or to learn skills like gardening and boating, and they're a lot of fun. We really want parents and all of our community members to know how to access information on our park programs and special events. And if you use our webpage, you can sign up for electronic newsletters that come directly to your inbox. We also put out Parkways that comes out twice a year, and that's a magazine that's mailed to every household in Montgomery County. So whatever you do that come out and see the wildlife and also enjoy the parks, it helps us be healthy individuals when we're outside, enjoying the fresh air and using our bodies to get some good exercise, and it's part of our healthy, active community. So come and join us and have a lot of fun.
Hi everyone, today I'm going to talk to you about bus safety. Every day, thousands of Dayton Public School students ride the bus to and from school, and it's important to know how to stay safe. First things first, make sure to get to your bus stop at least 10 minutes early, and while you're waiting, stand in a safe spot away from the road. Once the bus arrives, go straight to your seat so the bus can start moving again. And remember, while you're on the bus, stay seated and keep the aisles and exits clear. Just like in a classroom, listen to the driver and follow their instructions. This includes no foul language, no sticking your arms or head out the windows, and no eating or drinking on the bus. Lastly, make sure you only get off the bus at your assigned stop, and be sure to walk home safely. Let's all work together to follow these rules and keep our bus rides safe for everyone. Thanks for listening, and stay safe, DPS.
At Dayton Public Schools, we come together to celebrate the spirits of sportsmanship and community.
However, poor behavior by fans and sometimes athletes have created challenges that impact the safety and enjoyment of these gatherings.
We believe in creating a positive and inclusive environment for everyone, students, families, and fans alike.
Our collective responsibility is to ensure that our athletic events remain safe, enjoyable, and supportive.
To achieve this, we have a few reminders. Respect the game.
Make sure you show respect for the athletes, coaches, and officials.
Remember that these events are about skill, teamwork, and friendly competition. Do not walk on the court or field, and remain in the stands and on the sidelines.
Show support
in a positive way.
Celebrate good plays and efforts by the team you're there to support.
Avoid negative chants, cheers, or comments that may create a hostile environment.
Set a positive example. Adults should lead by example for students.
Remember that children are watching, learning, and absorbing your reaction.
Students should lead by example for their peers and for those who look up to them.
Remember that your behavior influences those around you.
Let's come together to support our students in the right way.
Positive energy enhances the entire experience and creates lasting memories for our young athletes.
Join us in fostering an environment where everyone feels welcome, safe, and inspired. Together, let's make our athletic events a source of pride for our entire community.
We are DPS.
It really is a wonderful event for kids to express themselves in ways that are outside of just being in class. So it's an exciting time in Dayton Public Schools, watching our young people really tell stories about politics, about how they feel, about the world, all types of sides of them that we don't normally see during the school day.
To be honest, I was blown away. It's beautiful coming to my city and seeing the young talent, you know what I mean? It takes a lot to get on stage and to, stand in front of a lot of people. And I know some people rehearsed it and some of them was like reading it live, but it's different when you're in front of people, and they did their thing. So I was excited to be a part of it.
Something that I really liked was that every student's piece, it had some level of impact. It meant something. A lot of it was a personal story.
They all left a piece of them on that stage. And for me, that was big, for them being students. They're youth out here expressing themselves. That just made me happy.
We need to use dialogue within our communities, states, and nation to achieve the dream of so many people in the world. a dream of peace and justice that has been put off for too long, a dream that we must keep fighting for together.
We are gathered here tonight to commemorate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., so great of a champion he was to our people and a true king amongst men. But I challenge each of you to take a long, hard look at yourselves and reflect. Then ask yourselves, would you be proud of where we are today?
Anybody who can write and wants to write or wants to be able to express themselves, they should come here. There's no reason, if you have the opportunity, for you not to try.
And after you try, you're gonna get better.
Yeah,
so
that's
never
right.
be afraid to start and try.
That's right.
So when you first walk in this particular building, what you're gonna see is you're gonna see bright, open spaces, clean floors. When they say it's a new age here within this building, it truly is. The culture here at E.J. Brown is about keeping it consistent, about keeping it simple, keeping it about students. How do we get students from where they are now to where we need them to be? So about being in those hallways, building those relationships, those positive relationships with students, knowing their names, and just building that bond, believing in them. Keep it simple, keep it consistent, keep it all about students. That's why we're here at E.J. Brown.
This year, we have a very strong administration team, and we have very clear expectations, not only for the students, but also for the teachers. So that consistency is really strong this year, and I see that growing as we keep moving forward. I love challenging the students. So I teach science, and for me, it's more about teaching them to think more than like the content. So really getting them to understand what's happening around them and then be able to use that in situations that they might get into outside of the school. We've been changing the expectations and honing more into academics around the students. And then we've also been bringing in more community pieces. We've had some change over the years, but the last couple years, they've stayed the same, and we're growing more community base.
As a security resource officer here, my main job is student safety. I also am somewhat of a counselor or a mediator to the students. A lot of them come and talk to me, and we try to figure out solutions together to make things better, because if things outside of school are affecting you, then you're not going to be able to get a proper education. I believe that building a relationship with these students is the key to them advancing educationally as well as socially. E.J. Brown is the best middle school because we have the best sports teams, we have the best teachers, we have the best SRO team in the district, we have the best principal in the district. So if you want to be the best, you should come to E.J. Brown.
I think students should go here because it gives them a better mindset. The biggest difference between elementary and middle school is the moving around, but it really wasn't that hard to get used to. The way to be a Bruin is to follow the Bruin B's. Be respectful, be responsible, be safe, and be unstoppable.
If anybody is watching this, you can tell we have some amazingly dynamic, smart, wonderful kids in Dayton Public Schools. Tell me why you're in Dayton Public Schools.
I like going to E.J. Brown because of the staff. I love
like
the
that.
staff.
Yeah, you got a new principal. He is good.
Mm-hmm.
He walks around a lot, checks on you guys. I like him.
I want to be a robotics engineer. I want to take that to college and do great things with it.
How'd you come up with that?
I'm in a pathway called advanced manufacturing, and I'm taking it currently.
So your exposure or your experience in advanced manufacturing got you start thinking about, hey, this is the field I want to go into.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Awesome.
I like going to Belmont because I like the people, and I like the teachers, and I like the staff, and especially like the principal, Miss McDowell.
I want to go to Dayton Public Schools because I feel like every single teacher in Dayton Public Schools are really appreciated of the students that they have and show a lot of love to them.
Mm-hmm. What I like most about the district is all of the opportunities that they have, such as DPS University, where you can earn college credits while you're still in high school. The staff is really welcoming, and they're always pushing you to do your best in whatever you do.
I'm looking forward to getting some of my college credits already out of the way before I go to college. I have a lot of favorite staff members, but the one who I would say influences me the most is most likely Miss Mo, because she just stays on top of everyone and she makes sure that you're doing well and having a good day and stuff like that.
I'm thinking of studying law and becoming a lawyer because I don't really like the laws we have now. So I'd like to maybe change them.
I like it. So you want to be an advocate?
Yes.
DeAndre?
I've thought about being a realtor. I always wanted to
What?
get rid of the yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I've never heard a kid say that.
I wanted to get rid of the whole bunch of empty vacant houses around my neighborhood, feel me? It just seemed like a good thing to do because it just make the neighborhood look bad. Even though it's good people around there, it just make my neighborhood look bad.
The whole staff and administration helped me get through my sophomore year all the way to my senior year.
King, I appreciate you sharing that space where you said that you had some adversity, you know, and that this hasn't always been an easy road, and there was a whole family that wrapped their arms around you. I want you to know how much we in Dayton Public Schools are proud of you, first of all, and how much we wish you the best in the future, and we hope that you stay in touch with us so we're able to talk about what a graduate looks like as they move out into the world and do things other than high school. That was dinner. Oh.
That was tasty.
We just started.
I'm alive. I'm testing negative. It's good. I was negative this morning. We're good.
Wonderful.
I know. It's exciting, isn't it?
Everybody loaded up. How you doing, Mr. Lacy?
I'm good. You can go ahead.
Okay. We good back there, Brother Ryan? Good evening. I'd like to call this, I lost the date, May 14th. Board review session to order. Madam Treasurer, may I have a roll call?
President Smith.
Present.
Ms. Wick.
Present.
Dr. Goodwin.
Here.
Dr. Bailey.
Here.
Mr. Lacy.
Here.
Mr. Walker.
Present.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Present.
Mr. Nicholas.
Here.
8 in attendance.
Thank you. Stand for pledge of allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Good evening, good evening, good evening once again. We have the
thing of mine, having young people in the building. Dr. Lawrence, could you introduce your first presentation?
I sure can, President Smith. It's an exciting day today. Student Senate is back. One of the things that we brought back this year, we want to present them and some of the experiences that they had this year. So coming up first, though, because Premier Partnership, they provided the speakers and a lot of the supports this year. So our partnership with Premier is alive and thriving. I will bring up Mike Aville, Academic Partnership Associate for Premier and a Paul Laurence Dunbar graduate.
Thank you for that, Dr. Lawrence. Let me get this together. Good evening, esteemed members of the school board, faculty, parents, and most importantly, the Student Senate. I am Mike Aville, like Dr. Lawrence said, and I am the Academic Partnership Manager for Premier Health. I am here for Sharon White. Some of you all may know her as Sharon Howard, who is our Systems Director for Community and Government Relations and Site Communications. I'm here because Sharon's leadership. Sharon provided the leadership for Dayton Public Schools Student Senate to be a part of Premier Health. Sharon led with our vision and our mission. We are here, Premier Health is here to inspire better health, and our mission is we care, we teach, we innovate, we serve. Sharon had this strong mission and vision to really have this touch point with our Dayton Public Schools Senate. I'm so excited that she led this way. I was so excited to even meet these students throughout this year. I stand before you all filled with pride and enthusiasm as I share the remarkable journey of the students of the Senate. Over the past year, the Student Senate has had an incredible opportunity as they have immersed themselves within the dynamic world of healthcare, exploring a variety of career paths that may have never been previously considered. Premier Health has graciously opened its doors to the DPS Student Senate, providing them with invaluable exposure to a variety of healthcare professionals and disciplines. Through interactive workshops, engaging discussions, the students have had a chance to take a peek behind the curtain of healthcare industry and gain insight as well. Some of the speakers that they have been exposed to, Dr. E.K., he is a trauma surgeon, medical director of Miami Valley Hospital Trauma Program. They were able to go on top to see Care Flight during that visit. They were also exposed to Adrian Taylor, our Director of Diversity, Stacy Lawson, our Chief Human Resource Officer, Amber Washington, a VP of Operations for Miami Valley Hospital, also Dwayne Martin, our Chief Compliance and Risk Officer. Something unique about these experiences is that they got to see people within Premier Health that look like themselves. They were able to see that, hey, we're here in this big, nice executive boardroom, and guess what? I can be here later as well. So they also got to hear from me as Academic Partnership Manager. And as a former Dayton Public graduate from Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, class of 94, 30 years, okay, y'all? I stand here proud to say this is just the beginning for Premier Health and Dayton Public Schools with this partnership. We have a lot of things planned and a lot of things that are very exciting coming this way for Dayton Public Schools students. Today I was at Ponitz, very proud to see 8 of the students who have already passed their STNA, and also some of them were MAs, and we had our hiring manager there as well. So for us to be able to be on site, to have our hiring managers, and to get these talented students within our pathways within Premier Health is very exciting to me. Look for more to come from Premier Health. As I close, I want to commend the Student Senate for their enthusiasm, their curiosity, as well as their willingness to embrace new experiences. I thoroughly enjoyed you all when I got to speak to you all. In closing, I want to challenge everyone in this room to understand that it's all of our responsibility to provide the students of Dayton Public with opportunities for growth, exploration, and self-discovery. Some of the students within the Senate, they're not even interested in healthcare. Some are interested in engineering, be an accountant, go in political science as well. But guess what? For them to be able to have this experience throughout this year, to meet on Premier's different campuses, to be in our executive boardroom, they know that they can do it too, because they have been able to see it. They have also been able to experience it. Let us continue to nurture the spirit of curiosity and exploration within the students, guiding them towards future filled with passion and purpose and possibility. I just appreciate you all. I appreciate you all to the bottom of my heart, and I'm so glad that I ever got the chance to meet you all. Thank you all for your time.
So we're going to have some of the student Senate members come up and speak briefly about their experience. So let's have Jayla, Genesis, and Norman in that order. And then when we're done, we'll come down and take a big picture.
Hello. Wait, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? All right.
Yes. Give me your first and last name and what school you're attending.
My name is Jayla Crutchfield, and I am attending Paul Laurence Dunbar, which I am graduating this year. But
And you're going to school, where are you going to school, Jayla?
I'm going to Central State University.
And how did the Premier experience impact you this year? What do you feel about it?
Well, it did provide me with numerous opportunities. Although I am not interested in healthcare and all of that, I do have friends who are interested, and being able to be exposed to that would basically give them more of an advantage, basically, if they wanted to know more information about it or anything like that.
How were the lunches?
Oh, the lunches were great. Yeah, that was good.
I don't think you liked the helicopter either. When we went to
Oh,
my
no.
gosh, yes, yeah. We had some fun experiences. We really did. So
Nah, it
thank
was
you.
cold, rain, and all of that. I wasn't feeling that.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Genesis Tabora, and I'm a senior at Belmont High School. I will be going to OSU in the fall to be a political science major. So first of all, I want to thank Dr. Lawrence and the board for providing us with this opportunity. It was such a great experience, not only being able to meet remarkable students from the district, but also meeting all these speakers that came out and talked to us. Thank you, Premier Hill, for that. It was a really good experience. Like they said before, I'm personally not interested in healthcare in that field, but it was really great to learn about the opportunities that are out there and to be able to hear from DPS graduates, to be able to see that even if you graduate from DPS, you can go and do such great things in the future. It was really great to know also that our voices are being heard and to be able to share our ideas and our ways how we can solve problems around our community. So I just hope that this program goes on for a lot more years because I think it's a great initiative, and I just hope that DPS becomes a better district every single year. Thank you.
Awesome. Who's the speaker that stood out for you the most?
I'd probably say the last one that we had. I don't remember his name.
Dwayne Martin. Dwayne Martin, the attorney.
He was an attorney, so I was really interested, and the way that he spoke, he was just really honest and real with how he was about, and I could just really relate to him, so he really stood out to me.
Come on up, Norman.
Hello, my name is Norman Sorio. I'm a junior at Belmont High School, and my experience as a student senate has been rewarding, and I'm excited to come back next year. I learned so much from sharing ideas with my peers, and I was given a platform for my voice to be heard. It has also given me the opportunity to come up with ideas that I could potentially implement back to my school building, and I thank you for giving me this experience.
I'd ask the board to join me with the picture with the student senate members who are still here.
Go Belmont. About time. Appreciate that, Dr. Lawrence. As our student senate members are leaving, once again, I want to thank all of them for their work. Thank you to everyone that played a part, all the partners, and then also want to give a thank you to their principals and the work that they do in their buildings each and every day and the staff there. So definitely a good representation of DPS. And as one of the students said, we definitely want to make sure our district improves and gets better year by year. And I think investing in our children is the first way that we do that. So moving on in the agenda, Dr. Lawrence.
Hey, thanks a lot, President Smith. We have our next presentation is titled Athletic Restructuring, but I think it's going to be transformative if we can come to an agreement to push forward as it relates to our student athletes and extracurricular activities after school. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Chief of Athletics, Victoria Jones, and Executive Director of Human Resources, Dr. Marvin Jones.
I have my heels on today, sorry. Does give me a few inches. Dr. Lawrence, good evening, Dr. Lawrence, President Smith, Vice President Wick, our board members, Mr. Nichols, Treasurer Hewitt. We'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be able to have this discussion. I know this has been one that at least the people on my side have been waiting for, so thank you for that opportunity. First thing I want to talk about is the actual proposal. Our aim is to get back to the basics. So most of us know that once upon a time, the ADs were housed in the buildings. The difference, it was part-time, and now we're trying to make it full-time. And what we're trying to do, we're proposing decentralizing athletic leadership and providing direct and robust support to our students. The proposal model will allow our athletic supervisors to be better engaged with students, families, and staff in real time. With this requested proposal, we're asking for a Dean of Athletics. That will be in place of our current associate ADs. We also are asking for site coordinators, that site coordinator model at Waukegan, EJ, Brown, and Wright Brothers. Those are our standalone middle schools. And with supports from our current intramural and partnership coordinator. The reason for that, the coordinators, site coordinators are limited to what they can do. So we still need somebody to be able to do the grades, scheduling, order equipment and supplies. And then we want to add a senior director of athletics, which Dr. Jones will talk about that position later. With the Dean of Athletics position, most of these things we already do, but we want to be intentional with focusing on more of those duties. But with the academic piece, we want to focus on eligibility verifications and the process. Study tables, that's kind of been hit and miss. Not really sure who's been owning that, but with this model, we can take that on our side. Progress monitoring, grade sheets, connecting with students and principals and parents. The other piece, school culture. And when we talk about this, we're talking about the behaviors of the students. Also, arrival and departure times. Sometimes we don't know if they had a full day of school. We want to make sure we're aligned with the district policy with half days, making sure they at least been here for half days. Also, when a student is suspended, sometimes we don't know that till after the fact as well, which can be an issue as it relates to OSHA. And then any referrals, if somebody was withdrawn from school and things like that, I believe if we're there in the buildings, we can know that information in real time. The next piece, internal recruitment, and when I say internal, actually been in the trenches with trying to field teams. Also, that connection with trying to find coaches within the building. I believe sometimes it may be some coaches in the building, and if we're there, maybe we can identify those a little sooner. And then the connection with the students and teachers throughout the building concerning participation and coaching opportunities. Also, guiding and supporting students in the absence of their coach. We have a large number of coaches that do not work in our district, so having that person in the building to put out fires or be that stability until they can get there. The next piece, compliance. Our OSHA non-enrolled students, the students that do not attend our district, but they play sports in our district, the transferring, processing, and navigating operation systems such as our MyOSHA accounts, Max Preps for scheduling, Final Forms, Trip Tracker for transportation, FMX, which is our system that we use for reserving the facilities, Dragonfly, which we use for gang workers and officials, Box Out, Canva, and social media platforms. Been able to do those things consistently. And then the next one, communication and collaboration. I think with this one, we're looking for consistent and clear communication and true collaboration with principals. Even our counselors, some of them don't know the rules as it relates to OSHA. Coaches, students, parents, and other departments as it relates to our day-to-day operations. Also special events, summer camps, and joint initiatives. The next thing, post-secondary opportunities. So addressing recruitment beyond high school. So that academically or athletically. The vocational route, we do have a lot of CTE opportunities, and if there's somebody that wants to go the military route. Awareness of the clearinghouse, so now we're talking about the NCAA, Division I, Division II, and so on. And then just making sure that our parents are informed with the correct information too. The next one, parent and family community engagement. In this section, of course, our OSHA mandatory meetings, more building site meetings, coaches and parent student meetings, and then our Chalk Talk series, which were our topical PDs, and those could be used as informational sessions at the schools as well. And then this one, the after-school supervision. With this, monitoring study tables, practices, and unsupervised students. We have some schools that let out at 2. We have some coaches that's coming from other jobs. Sometimes we have kids that's all over the place. So with this AD station there, maybe we can have a better chance of monitoring those things. And then recognition of students responsible for champion student athlete success. We already do some things with Athlete of the Week, top 10 plays, and things like that, but letting that individual kind of own that to the branding of their school. And then coordination of special events, our signing days, our parent events, special presentations, guest speakers, district initiatives. And then this is really just a snapshot. Obviously, we don't put everything on here, but let's not really forget the game day prep and coverages as well. Next, I want to just talk about high school and middle school site coordinators proposal and a focus on the standalone middle schools. The current high school site coordinators supplemental under this proposal will be eliminated. We just felt like if we're going to have full-time ADs, we may not need that position. The middle schools that we will maintain site coordinator position, as I talked about that earlier at the standalone middle schools, Waldman Wright Brothers and E.J. Brown. And in addition, that intramural and partnership coordinator will collaborate and support each of those standalone middle schools. So a summary of what this will look like. So Stivers and Belmont, obviously we already have high school and middle school housed there. And then Ponus, Dunbar, Middledale, and Thurgood would be 9 through 12. And then Waldman, Wright Brothers, Edwin Joel will have the site coordinators and the intramural partnership coordinator assisting. And right now, we are currently sitting at the salary range for this position, $52,000 to $72,000.
And remember, for that salary range, the salary range is simply a range. We're looking for guidance. We did talk about it. Hewitt, Amit, myself, Dr. Lawrence, Chief Jones. And so that's definitely something that can be modified and tweaked. Go to the next slide, please. Now, for the Senior Director of Athletics and Academics, again, this is a proposal, okay? This position will play a crucial role in driving academic excellence and achievement within the athletics department. This position reports directly to the Chief of Athletics and is responsible for developing, implementing, and evaluating initiatives that support the academic success of student athletes. with a specific focus on improving classroom performance and, of course, standardized assessment scores, OST, ACT, okay? There are 4 critical areas of focus that this individual would engage, okay? Academic performance and development, communication and collaboration, data analysis and reporting, and onboarding new coaches. I have provided you with a hyperlink of the job description, and I can kind of tease out some of those things in each category if you'll allow me just a few more minutes. The academic performance piece. This individual would develop and implement a comprehensive academic support program for student athletes, encompassing initiatives such as tutoring, study skills, workshops, and ACT preparation courses. Okay, so this individual would work directly with the Dean of Athletics at each building. As you can see on the previous slide, there was a litany of things that Victoria talked about that individual would be engaged in, okay? And so we feel like this person could help to, I guess, bridge the gap between what is espoused and what is actually done for students. Also, they'd collaborate with academic departments and teachers to identify at-risk student athletes and develop individualized academic plans, okay? That is huge and so impactful. We lose too many students to eligibility every year. We have students that graduate that are not prepared or qualify for college scholarships, athletic scholarships. And so this person would help bridge that gap. They would bridge the gap between community organizations, local colleges, again, the NCAA clearinghouse. A lot of that information is not well known in the building in terms of what students need. And this individual would facilitate that process of learning, disseminating, training all of our people that would be instrumental in getting our students to the next level. They'd also partner with coaches to promote a culture of academic excellence within each athletic program, fostering a strong connection between achievement in the classroom and on the field. In terms of communication and collaboration, they'd serve as a liaison between the athletics department and academic departments, fostering open communication and collaboration. I think we could do better in terms of the communication between the academic departments and the athletic departments. Okay, I believe that the 5 C's, the vision that was set forth by our superintendent, everything has to fall in line with that. Okay, and so, you know, as this person engages that work, they will also or begin to create connections between the various academic departments also. They'll also regularly communicate academic progress and needs of student athletes to coaches, parents, and school administrators, and present reports and updates on academic initiatives and program effectiveness to the Chief of Athletics and, of course, other stakeholders. In terms of data analysis and reporting, data should drive our decision-making. So they'd utilize data to track trends in student-athlete academic performance and program effectiveness. We envision this individual being a part of the professional learning community as well. Go to the last one. All right. At this time, we'll entertain any questions you may have.
Appreciate you both. I'll open it up with who wants to go first? Dr. Goodwine.
Thank you both.
Opinion.
So first, I have some technical questions. If we can go to the proposed salary range. So on our board agenda today, there is an administrative salary adjustment, and we've passed one. For Dean of Students, I see, my assumption, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, is the Dean of Athletic different than the Dean of Students?
Yes.
So the Dean of this position doesn't exist on our salary range. So I am curious of where you guys got this, because we don't have any jobs that do a range right now.
We're brainstorming.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just trying to do what's best for,
So that's fine. It's a brainstorm thing right there. What would be the total cost, just the estimate of what this proposed model would cost us?
So an estimate,
And
so
I'll
it's
give
about
you,
18 grand
so I'll
at the
give you,
middle school level.
let me give you one more thing, right?
Okay.
Our current model with the 3 associate executive directors, that's their title, correct?
Associate.
Associate, I mean, on this pay scale though, are they labeled as
Associate
directors? Okay, so our current model of 3 associate directors, then we have the coordinator. Is it 2 coordinators or 1 coordinator?
Site coordinators is 3.
No, the full-time staff. Because these are full-time positions, correct?
The dean of athletics, yes.
Right, dean of athletics, director, or senior director, and chief. Right, so we will be going to 9 positions here? Or 8 positions?
Six dean of athletics, and then 1 senior director, and then the site coordinators are supplemental.
Oh, okay. 6 at the building,
Yes,
okay? 2 in supervising, chief and the senior director.
yes.
Will we be maintaining the coordinator positions?
We're trying to for the middle schools, for the standalone, and we're eliminating the rest of them.
I mean, the intramural position that we add in the
Yes.
stadium caretaker.
Yes.
Okay.
So the intramural and partnerships, and we still have the athletics facility coordinator.
Okay, so under our current model, we're at about 700,000 for total salary for the positions we have right now. And my question is, what would the salary, this is including benefits and all that, what price point are we looking at with these positions? And then my question, while you think about that, for the treasurer is this actually affordable?
Yeah, that's what we put in our request. They put in their request. So,
So what's that number? Because this should be above the 715,000 that we're paying now.
yes,
You guys need to get back to me on what that price point is?
yes.
Yeah, we can get back to you.
Okay. Second, why, I guess my question more so is the caliber of individual, because I'm going to imagine these positions right now, all of our associate directors, they have master's degrees? And even the one that left, they all have master's degrees?
Yes.
So a $52,000 job, are we no longer looking for individuals with those type of criterias?
To be honest, I think we're looking for individuals that will serve our students best.
I
And if
understand
that
that.
means that they have a master's degree.
In
That-
this field, though, specific to this field, not just general.
Mm-hmm.
That's my question. Are we no longer trying to seek individuals with that level of experience and education?
I guess at this point, I would seek guidance from you guys, board.
I'm just asking you guys, because this is a proposal on the floor, so it's just a question on that one.
Definitely, good question.
Okay? You made a statement about the drop-off of students due to ineligibility. Do you recall that statement? Okay. Do you have any data that supports that statement?
Yeah, I can pull that data up for you and show you.
Ah.
In previous years' data.
Okay, so, because even looking at my data, which I am, right now, for people who don't know, I am the chair of the athletic committee, so I do look at this stuff alone. Even from the 21 to 24 data, just ratios of total participation, which I don't know how many have dropped off, so I will be curious on that information. 21, we had 944 high school athletes total. Middle school, we had 265. 22, we had 1,117 high school. Middle school, 213. 23, we had 2,062 total student athletes. Middle school, we had 605, which is like 3 times the increase from the prior year on that one. And in 24, we had 2,323 total student athletes, and middle school, 878. With the exception of middle school in 22, the trend seems to be trending upward. So I am curious of what is supporting. I mean, I do agree that we have some gaps in some of the areas that you identified, but really how these individuals at such a low price point would be able to assist that, which I completely like the idea of all these individuals being in the school. I will tell you that. I don't like the idea of the price point because I think your turnover is going to be higher with such a low paying position comparative to what it's been in the last 3 years.
Okay,
So,
gotcha.
those are my comments on that piece right there. That price point, completely on board. If we can afford this, it sounds like a good way to move.
Okay.
If we can't afford it, then my follow-up, Chief Jones, the presentation that you gave us last year at I believe it was at one of our board retreats with the trajectory of how you were, it appeared that you were scaling up each year, of adding a position on as you were able to do that. How does that compare to this model?
Well, first, I just want to say that the model that we have, I inherited, so I think we've been making the best out of it. There's different things that you would assess on both models. I see pros and cons on both. But I think what I was doing, because we hadn't had this model, I think I was just trying to come forward every year and try to add to it. I would say that Columbus and Cincinnati, they do have full-time ADs, and it's been 20-plus years, so I think we're behind in that. I do agree, I have had my reservations as well with the salary, and I think that's all about financially what we can or cannot do. But I think if we can't go this way, I will continue to come up and ask for additional help as I see necessary. So, I mean, I'm open to in the building as well, but I do think if we're going to do it, we do have to assess some of that, the salary stuff, and I don't know those parts of that. So, but I think my goal has been just continue to grow and reduce because I don't control the money, and I am mindful of that as it relates to the district as a whole.
Okay, one final question, then I'll pass it on to somebody else. In the middle school area, which we are, the site coordinators, those will still be part-time individuals, is that correct?
Those are currently 6,500. So
But
yes, supplementals, part-time, yes.
So I will put my concern too with the middle school section here, because although we are seeing an increase in participation at that level, I believe those are the feeders to the high schools, and currently we aren't offering on par the same every sport that we offer in high school, which kind of puts us behind in some things when it's people's first time doing it when they enter the 9th grade. So I would like to see, again, if we can find the money for this model and get these salaries to be comparable to the level of work, because I think I only heard you guys mention the in-school stuff. I didn't hear the special events. I didn't hear, you guys do a lot in athletics that is beyond what is on paper, and I want to make sure that these individuals aren't burnt out in that piece. But I think that middle school piece is key of that feeder program to high school, and us being able to make sure, especially since we don't have the same limitations as high school with how people can combine teams, of really putting that investment at that area to continue help grow the high school as well. So I'll go ahead and pass questions to someone else.
And just for points of clarity, I think we went with the intramural assistant and support, because when we first addressed it, we had that actual AD overseeing the middle school. Obviously, we have 6 high schools and 5 middle, so that count didn't work. And then when you look at that salary point, that was the other piece. So that's kind of how we got to that model. So, but I do agree, the tension with the middle school, and we didn't want to not have a human on site for game day operations.
I got a couple, but I'll pass it down to my suave brother, Mr. Walker.
All right. First question for me. How long does it take HR to fill a position currently?
It depends. If it's a long-term sub position versus like an intervention specialist position, it can vary.
Like, number-wise. Let me rephrase it. Ask it this way. The board meets twice a month, a review session and a regular business meeting session. The dean of athletics is not currently on the salary schedule, so that's a different position, something for the board to do as far as now we have to actually approve that being on the salary schedule. After all of the negotiation with what the salary is, then it goes back to get posted, and then you do the interviews, and then you hire someone. By the time that you do that, it's football season already started, correct? Because we're already in May, and we won't meet again until next Monday, and then again in the middle of June. So we're already hitting close on the target. So we're about 40, 60 days apart, right? Sound about right?
From football season?
No, just from like this position getting posted, interviews and things like that, about 60 days.
I think it would depend on how aggressively folks would want to move.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my follow-up to that would be, on this presentation, it says Chief Victoria Jones and Dr. Lawrence. I do not see the interim business manager. My question is, what was your part in the presentation? And also a follow-up to that is, how do we get to this type of proposal? What happened, what occurred that ended up in this result?
Good evening. My involvement was more at the higher level. We did sit down on several different occasions, put out all the job descriptions, and sat and really worked through the logistics. After we had a basic framework is when these two kind of took over and drilled it down a little bit deeper.
Around when did the conversation start? I'm just curious
I'd
how.
have to go back to my notes. I don't have a specific
But it wasn't like
date.
last month.
I don't have a specific date.
Okay,
But
so
I-
we're in May, right? And there's a state track meet in 2 weeks, and people jobs are on the line because of things like this. So again, one of the 5 C's is communication. This speaks to lack of communication. My other question would be, the salary said 52,000 to 72,000. Directors and chiefs and people sitting over there make $140,000. How do we get to 52,000 for someone who you're probably going to put in the building to do lunch duty, do bag checks, do restroom checks, and not do athletics work? So I'm just curious of, again, where did this project come from?
So, as a former high school principal, this has been a conversation for decades. It first came up in the mid-2000s when Jeff Mims was the board president, and we looked at what other suburban districts were doing and how we wanted to focus on athletics. So it's been an informal conversation for a while. And as it relates to the formal conversation, well, informal conversation here to get here, this has been months. So it's been polling high school principals, talking amongst ourselves, and then kind of thinking through how we wanted to go about presenting this for the public and what type of feedback we wanted to get. And I do want to say that to the last comment about the folks over there, everybody over there doesn't make $140,000. There are directors there, there are associate directors, there's executive directors. We just had a salary schedule. Ahmed just worked on something for us where we compared principal salaries here in particular to principal salaries in other places, and there was sometimes as much as a $20,000 difference. So, that's kind of some of the history of it.
I'll correct my last statement. You are right. It's not everyone making $140,000. It's everyone making $82,000 to $140,000, and these individuals will make $52,000 to $72,000.
I think Dr. Jones said this is out here for conversation. That's something we put out there. We're not dead committed to that. We have no problems moving that number at the will of the board. There's been
Okay.
several questions about that, and we've already conceded that.
Okay. So I'm just curious of also, the principals were involved in the conversations, and the principals are okay with this?
I think 5 or 6 of them are here. I have one.
I'm not going to call them up on the spot, but I just was curious, since you all were a part of the conversations with the principals, your feedback on it.
Okay, sure.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's an actual question for you three. Anybody?
Just was curious on what did the principals give you as far as feedback?
I'll take that. It's positive. It provides space for them to focus on athletics. It's a space where a high school principal is at somewhere around 70 to 80 hours a week. A lot of it is spent on athletics, and it takes away from their ability to really focus on building culture and focus on academics.
I'll yield back to my colleague, Dr. Goodwine.
You can go, then I'll go.
Thank you. I know one of the AD positions has been posted. Have you guys started looking at those applications? And if so, are we seeing like both experience and skill and education come through? Just a general question.
It's been a mixture. We have some young ones, we have some older ones, we have some right in the middle, so it's a good mix.
Of both experience and education, or?
A
just-
mixture.
Okay. The request, the link on here, I try to click on it, Dr. Jones, and it is saying I need permission. So if someone can unlock that, that would be good. You know what? I can't read my last note, so I gotta come back. Go ahead.
All right. So first off, I'm going to say I appreciate you all again. First, I think I will say, and I don't speak for all of them, I have talked to some principals. We've had some good conversations, and one of the pieces there has been a request just for different help in different spaces. I think we do put a lot on our current framework. As someone who's seen that framework, I've seen, I think Chief Jones spoke to it as well, that it was something that was inherited. And at that time, when she came in first, there was 2 associate ADs trying to cover multiple buildings. And with those kind of things, seeing some of the gaps. Even we talk about the increase of students participating, but we also see a duplication of the same students in some of the same sports. You also look, there's not a building in our district that has every sport in it. There's every school, every season is not having something, be it a lack of students or a lack of coaches. So I appreciate the idea or the thinking of how do we get back to having some touch points in that building. I would say, I think it would be, and when we have these conversations, I'd like to keep it on the level. I don't think that the idea would be to put them in the building to do lunch duty and do bag checks and not do athletic pieces. I think there's definitely enough athletic stuff that goes on. Even looking at what we have now, there's those pieces that Chief Jones talked to, the game coverage, setting those pieces up. I appreciate that. As far as the quality of the people, I like that it was mentioned that scale, that salary range is flexible. For my perspective, I'm looking at how do we get people that move the needle. We can always talk about educational levels, and you can have whatever degree you want. If you can't move the needle, you're not moving the needle. And that's not an indictment on any individual person. That's just the way I look at everything, period. You know, you have people in roles that have doctorates, and then you have people who have graduated with associate degrees. If it does not equate to moving the needle, it does not equate to moving the needle. So while I do appreciate the conversation around moving that, I understand that there's some conversations to be had, and that's truth to be had at looking at those things. I'm a fan of increased coverage. I definitely think one of the drawbacks to the system that I've seen in athletics the last 3, 4, going on this 5th year now, a little more than that, is that there really is no individual athletic identity across the district. You have Dayton Public Schools as one athletic monolith, and I think having somebody in the building can help to change that. So that's something I am encouraged to see. I will say also that I was involved in just conversating with Chief Jones, and we've had these conversations, I want to say, since she's been here, about what it would look like. I've talked to athletic directors in different cities to see kind of what they're doing and some of the opportunities here. I do have a question on with the idea of the coach hiring, and it doesn't have to be today because we're not, finishing it, but to think of it, what would that structure look like in the internal space? Would it be that internal person in conjunction with the principal? Would it be a table of principal and internal person and a mix of the chief? So if you can get back to me on what that would look like. And then also what that structure would look like as far as that principals say, as far as the coaching goes. Also then, what would it look like for scheduling? So how would that input be? Would it be a role there where it's completely on them, or is that some kind of hybrid model? What would that look like? Those are two questions I have there. And then also support to help the recruitment of the students in the individual buildings. Where does that lie? Where's that support? I do like the idea of having someone in between the chief and building folk, because we do have so many moving pieces. There's events that are going on, the investment that we have at Welcome Stadium, the investment that we're having, and some of these other pieces. So I appreciate that. But those two questions would be key for me as we move forward to kind of see what that structure looks like, as well as trying to finalize what this salary range would truly look like and the qualifications of somebody that we'll be looking for. Dr. Goodwin?
Yes, couple things. Didn't remember my questions. So these positions will all report up to the chief of athletics, or would they report to the dean of athletics, or would they report to the principals?
They would, our current plan was for them not to report to the principals, maybe not in a solid line fashion, but a dotted line fashion. And we discussed the DAs reporting to the senior director and the chief. We haven't really fleshed that out like
Okay.
we really
Let's
want
work
to.
on that one, because let's get some clear hierarchy there, because when there are too many supervisors, it gets murky.
Right,
Uh,
that's, yeah, we do want to flatten that.
The senior director position doesn't exist on our salary, but director 1 and 2 do. So that may be something else to look at as well, because we don't have that anywhere. Well, we may have it in our district, but it is not a part of our administrative salary guide. So I do think you guys should nix that position and actually align it with something that is on the salary director. I know we currently have an executive director position that is still vacant, that we've never filled, but it doesn't mean that you don't want to go to director. So I guess I don't know what does the title equate to for you all, and especially at the range of wherever we end up with these positions, if this is the route we go. If it matters that it's a senior director or an executive director or an associate director. So just kind of pinning that piece down would be helpful for me. And that one. Chief Jones, these questions are for you too, my final questions. So if we are not able to fund these positions, the proposed alternative positions, can you provide us with what the alternative would be that would be workable in the next school year for us?
I think I would come back and ask for another associate. I asked for that last year, and I didn't get that. I did get the coordinator position, so I probably would ask for another associate. With that model, we can reduce schools for the high school from 3 to 2.
Can I request that we, similar to kind of the breakdown you just gave us about what this model would do in the event, again, if it's not financially feasible, how would us going with it, a fourth, if that's the proposal, this alternative, a fourth associate director, how that breakdown of things would go, how would that work be distributed, how would that impact? I mean, the middle school is still a big one for me, because I don't know if that necessarily addresses that or not, and kind of what would be the long-term plan for if that is a different way that we went.
Yeah, everything would still be the same, so middle school would still have the middle schools as we continue to grow those sports.
Hold on, say that one more time. Everything would be the same. middle school
So
side.
you're saying if we can't fund the full-time ones, I will come up and ask for another associate AD, and our models will still exist the same. So who's ever leading that middle school will be the same, still be over the 5 middles as we continue to grow those. And then we will reduce the high schools from 3 schools to 2 schools.
Okay, and again, if you don't know this, but I feel like you may, because you think about this stuff all the time. What about that compliance piece that you talked about? How would that be distributed amongst the team?
I think it'll be a shared responsibility, and anything related to OSHA always ends with me.
Okay. And the intramural position that we have, the coordinator position that we added last year, how did that position work out? Was it beneficial? Is there room for it to grow to assist? Because the middle school, I mean, are we looking at other ways to utilize that?
Yeah, I think it's still room to grow in that position because Willie Bailey and Mike Trella, they're amazing with the intramural piece. And then I really want us to be aggressive with feeder programs. That was kind of the vision with that. And that's why I felt comfortable with letting him, with that position, help with those 3 standalones. But anytime you have some help to try to get us to that, but I think it's so new, we still have room to grow in that position.
Thank you. My request again would be to see the final price point, including benefits for these positions. If we're trying to create something, I've heard from a couple of my colleagues, I haven't heard from the rest of them, but my preference would be to be in line with our administrative salary scale and not at what seems like DSS? At the 52,000, I kind of would like to see something more at least in range with the coordinator and above, as we have 2 coordinator positions over there in that point, but still I'd like to see what this would cost us with the additional versus what it would cost, and that includes the site coordinators as well. And I would like to know if we can actually afford it beyond a year, since I know that our funding is gonna change a little bit next year due to us not having so many salaries in ESSER. So, and I'm just requesting to see both versions of that with the proposal that we saw tonight versus if we went a different route from similar to what you have given us in the past with the 4th person and what that breakdown would be. So those would just be my requests.
Any other questions? Mr. Lacy, then Ms. Reiner.
Yeah, I have to take it back a bit. I'm gleaning some of this from the discussion, but I couldn't quote you the current system. I mean, I think the proposal would have helped with maybe one slide that explained what are we doing. So we currently have coordinators. How many? What are they paid?
We currently have 3 associate athletic directors.
That's okay.
And it's around probably 82, 83,000. And then we've had 9 site coordinators, 6 at the high schools, and then we have them at the middle. But those range because they're steps. But the high end for middle school is about 6,400 and probably 10,000 for the high school. And then we have an athletic facility coordinator who runs Welcome for us. And then we have an intramural athletic and partnership coordinator that we added. And then those are kind of the major ones. Then we have the budget athletic specialists and a clerical and executive assistant. And then we have 2 stadium caretakers, which is still kind of on the operations side. They just work over there with us at the stadium.
But this system, it's only going to be replacing.
So basically, the associate ADs, they're over 3 schools, and traditionally, that position really is over 1 school in other settings. So there's a lot of work and moving parts with those. And then we have a middle school one that's over all the middle schools. When I got here, it was only 2 ADs, and they covered everything. And then I added a middle school one to try to take some of the workload, and we continue to grow. We continue to add sports. We're doing events, so we're just trying to, but there are some gaps. I mean, visibility can be better, connection can be better. So I'm not opposed to the model of in the building. I just want the package to look a little bit different.
Yeah, and I'm not judging either way right now either, but I just, need a better picture. So in general, is it fair to say that you'd be replacing 3 associate directors?
We'll be adding. So right now we have 3, and then we're trying to get them all in the high schools, full-time. The old model was a part-time model, maybe 12 to 15, depending on the person. So essentially, we're trying to put them in the buildings, but at a full-time rate.
Okay.
And I hear the hours that the principals, and I love them, but the ADs are out there too. So I don't think that's really a big difference in the roles when it comes to sacrifice and time spent.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you.
Ms. Reiner.
Thank you for this proposal. I appreciate it. I appreciate every effort that you folks make to improve our students' lives, whether it's in the classroom or outside the classroom. I just would like a little bit more clarification and explanation about the difference between the Dean of Athletics and the Senior Director of Athletics. There is some crossover, and I understand, like, this is big picture, right? But just give me a little bit more detail, flesh out a little bit more what the positions would be, and how they would differ in each other.
We'll work on that and provide it.
Okay.
Ms. Wicks?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the reflection of the board, my board colleagues. I would request, of course, the numbers of a presentation like this, because it is about money at the end of, not at the end of the day, it's about our students and what is best for our students. I do believe this is what is best for our students. I believe that these relationships in the buildings are extremely important to our young students, that we cultivate these things within these humans. We can't assume that everybody comes to these spaces knowing about what athleticism and what sports mean, and that means pulling people in, pulling these young people in. So I'm highly in support of the work. Would like to know more about the numbers. Please don't eliminate junior high. Our junior high is some of our most vulnerable community, and for us to kind of put them aside with regard to, we don't have to pay as much attention to them. I think that's really where we need to pay a lot of attention, because if we pay a lot of attention there, by the time we get to high school, we'll be building them. So in your consideration of the work that we're doing, please elevate our junior high students and their need, because I think it's extremely important to our district and to our athletic programs, because we're building these athletes. We're cultivating it within all of them. So thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Do you have something, Mr. Walker? Dr. Bailey?
All right, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I really enjoyed it. This is really for Chief Jones, and I don't have any big questions to ask. First, I want to know, when I first met you, you told me, and these questions is really just for me. So how long have you been here now in this position?
This is my 4th year.
This is your 4th year. And then what you said was that you inherited.
Yes, this
The
model
model?
was already in place when I got here.
Okay. Not this model, but another model, right?
The current model that we're in with the 3
That you're in.
associates.
Okay, so trying to do this, how long have you been thinking about really kind of doing something like this?
So since I've been here, I've been tweaking at it and trying to find different ways, because I've done the job, and I'm actually in the trenches with my staff. So every year, we're trying to figure out what we can do to help support as we continue to grow. So I would say I've been exploring this for a while. I have probably emails dated back when I first got here from other ADs, trying to figure out what we can do to make it work.
So I would assume as now that we have a new superintendent and new members on the board as well, that this was your opportunity to now try to put this together and present it to us?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it was presented to me this way, and anytime I can sit down at the table to figure out how to make it better and to keep my team in mind as well, I'm definitely open to newness.
So you've had a lot of input in this?
I would say in the latter, I've been more hands-on with it.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Walker?
Just to clarify, so the current roles make 82,000, and the proposed roles are projected to make 52 to 72.
Yes. And I think because we have so many positions this time around, I think we tried to come up with a range. And then another thing with the ADs being topped out, we wanted some ways to continue to get to the next step. So, and again, I think we've been pretty open with trying to figure out what that number is. It's really the key.
We had conversations that ranged from non-degree, 52 to 72, 62 to 72, all at 72, all at the same current rate. We were more concerned about the structure itself. Once we talked to the treasurer's office, and there was a range in terms of resources that we were kind of given, we said, okay, let's talk about the structure and how does that work for children.
Okay, so with talking to the treasurer's office, which other ranges were there?
I said 52 to 72, 62 to 72, all 72. We kicked all those around.
Okay, so when looking at athletics and you also have the study table, that's another supplemental as well. So is that an athletics budget as well, or is that separate?
Study table is just a supplemental in general, and it's not an athletics budget, but it wouldn't exist anymore with the building AD.
So study tables will go away?
Yes, the building dean of athletics would deal with all of that. They mentioned earlier in the presentation that they, as well as the senior, the person that reports to you, that they would be involved with the academic team as well.
So,
I'm saying, yeah, because that wasn't in this presentation as one that was going away or any of the previous presentations, because we just had one on study tables and we were looking at how to reconfigure that whole thing.
quick question on the study table. Those positions are primarily held by our teachers, aren't they?
They are.
So we would be taking a position away from our teachers?
We've discussed that with DEA, yes.
Okay.
That was all my.
We got one.
Ms. Reiner looked like she was about to say something, so I can go after her, because she has, go ahead.
I mean, I was trying to process the idea of, I didn't realize until Board Member Walker said it in that way. I didn't realize that we were eliminating study tables. I thought it was just moving it from one position to another in overseeing. Can you make sure that I have this understood correctly? I don't want to
That was
misunderstand.
my thought. We would never get rid
We
of
would not
study
get rid of-
tables. That's
Okay,
very
good.
important. We would just be in that role. Right now, we've been bouncing back and forth with principals, assistant principals, athletics, who owns that. So with this model, we will own that since we're actually there.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard you say in the presentation. So we're not eliminating study tables, we're just moving who oversees them and who takes responsibility for them.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
I got one for you. So
Okay,
based
there we
on what Board Member Reiner just clarified, currently our study tables seek individuals who have math and science backgrounds. Are the positions, are we considering seeking people who have something like that in there as well? Or is that just something we need to think through a little bit more, knowing that?
I mean, we can talk about it a little bit more. My thought was more of the overseeing the study tables and still utilizing those key people to teach that content or monitor that content.
Okay. Can we flesh that concept out a little bit more? Because it kind of sounds like you guys are saying different things. Up here, it sounds like the position is shifting to the, but the person who supervises it right now is also a person who provides help in study table. Is that correct, Dr. Lawrence?
No, that's not correct.
Who is the supervisor right now?
There really isn't a supervisor.
So
That's the point we're trying to make, is that there
So-
really isn't a supervisor. And so we said this person would supervise that space.
The people that we pay, that we board approved, what do they do?
They're at Sunday study table. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. And when they're not, the principals are there, or somebody from athletics is trying to manage it.
So we're paying people who don't show up?
Sometimes they're not there. They get sick, or they're not there.
Okay, so are we paying people who aren't showing up? Is kind of my question.
That's
Overall.
that's a treasurer's question.
Treasurer, are we
We
paying-
cannot pay if they don't show up. No.
Okay, can I just get a record now, too, of the study individuals that we paid?
The study table coordinators are the ones that's actually helping the students in the study table. Our piece will be the ones that's in there as support to monitor behaviors and making sure it's flowing correctly. Right now, it's kind of out there. 1 minute, we talked about the principals owning that. Then they talked about us owning that. With this model, we will own that.
Okay.
That part of it.
You guys are saying different things, though. Like,
The
it's
current is.
But I just want y'all to flesh it out. I don't need you guys to explain it, but you are saying different things right now, and just needs to be something to flesh out of if we're gonna keep the supplemental with the individuals in there, and now there's just someone. If this model goes, yeah, just flesh it out a little bit, because you guys are saying different things. But I did have one thing. You said this model, you said this was presented to you, so this wasn't your idea? Or did you misspeak?
I think I'm going to say it was collaborative.
Okay. Can you
But-
expound on it a little bit?
There were conversations where we bounced things off, and this was the end goal.
Okay.
Anybody else? All right, I guess I have my last one. I would say, Madam Treasurer, when you talked, you said that this was affordable when you were asked about it. This is what they presented to you as affordable?
Yeah, that
Okay.
salary draft, we put it in the budget, the draft. What we're going to approve it in May,
Okay. Then,
I mean in June.
okay, appreciate that clarification on that, even though I do think, some tweaking on whatever we have to do with that salary piece. I would say, with this, just clarifying, just even things I've heard to kind of get out, there is no abandoning of middle school then, correct? And right now, we have one person trying to run 5 middle schools. So, I mean, I think a lot of that is that intramural piece, and I think the feeder with a lot of these sports really even starts before that. Yeah, a lot of these programs, they're starting elementary, so I think that piece, that intramural piece, those connections and growing that, I also think that there's ability to have building level connections in some of those pieces there with some of that where program might have a program that we're doing at a certain school. So I'm glad that that was clarified. If we can get those numbers, that would be helpful for those that want to look at that. I'll say, I don't think it's at the end of the day about dollars. I think at the end of the day, a lot of this stuff is about being reasonable with dollars, but at the end of the day, for me, it's how do we improve what we offer our children? Because we do a lot of different talking, and one day it's we're not paying somebody enough, and the other day it's we need to watch what we're doing with money, so we have to pick and choose that battle on every front. I'll cut through and just say it's about how we improve what we're doing for our children. I appreciate the conversation that's been had. I definitely have seen the gaps. I think we've seen that. I want to appreciate the work that has been done. I think we don't talk enough about where we were as a district athletically and extracurricular-wise before Chief Jones got here. Even as a district, as the board, there was no athletic advisory council for years before Chief Jones got back here. So there was no real input at a board level, at a district level around that. The number of increased sports also adds to the number of athletes we've had. Just in the last few years, we've added boys volleyball. We've had an increase in wrestling. We've had an increase in soccer. When we first got here, we had Belmont soccer, and that was pretty much it. We have one tennis team right now. That's what we have. So even though we're increasing, I see the needs and the gaps that as good as the programs have been, there's still this gap that exists. And even when we talk about turnover or proposed turnover, every year we've had new associate ADs because that burnout is also real, trying to have them cover multiple buildings. There has not been years where we've had ADs, associate ADs, stay. So my first year, they were gone. Next year, the next year, they were gone. Then after that, that burnout is real. So I appreciate the thought of that as well. Because if we're not really trying to do things for our kids, it makes no sense to invest in that huge building down at Edwin C. Moses if we're not investing in the people that will be there. And that's not just athletics, but also with the band programs and the extracurriculars, the middle school meets, the elementary meets. So all of these things take human people and human capital. So I appreciate that and look forward to seeing what's next. I know we would have to try to make some moves and discussions, so appreciate seeing. I know, like you said before, Mr. Jones, that we're gonna have to, Dr. Jones, we're gonna have to move if we're gonna get it done because gotta get out there either way. Either way, you're gonna either do it or not do it, but we still got moves to make. Right now, I understand you're still trying to go through, we're still hiring coaches and moving right now. So I wanna appreciate that. See Brother Chastain in the back, appreciate the work you do. He graduated, so now he dresses fancy on us, you know. Got his degree. Appreciate that, Brother Chastain. But That's all I have. Are there any other follow-ups?
I got one more.
Dr. Goodwin?
One, I want to clarify, ADs have not left here because of burnout. This board voted 4-3
Oh,
and
no,
2-5 on the
that
last
burnout
group.
has been real.
I know, but let's not make it that they have exclusively left because
I
of
didn't
burnout.
say they have
I know.
exclusively left,
I'm just
but-
correcting the record. So
And
that
for the
one-
record, they also
Wait,
were
is it
they
my
getting
turn?
the
Is
work
it my turn
done.
or
Go
your
ahead,
turn, sir?
Go ahead, go
Is it my
ahead.
turn or your turn?
Go ahead, I'll come
Okay.
back with it.
So yes, ADs have left for various reasons. Madam Treasurer, this is more for you. You said we're getting the budget in May. I don't know about other board members, but I have not seen the budget yet.
It's not in May, it's June. June.
Yeah.
Are we getting a presentation anytime on this? budget?
5-year forecast is coming next week.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want to see it, see what we're working with here. All right, that's all I had.
Yep, and I will say with that burnout also shows in the work that was coming out of people when they were leaving. It's not like, so people, if they left because of the burnout or didn't, the work was not getting done the way that this system has been done. We've had OSHA violations. Am I right, Chief Jones? We've had violations. We've had coaches not get hired. We have students not go through. There's a lot of things that get missed through those gaps. And so I appreciate that attentiveness on trying to kind of do those things, because when that happens, we don't get coaches, we don't get players too. All it does is hurt our kids. And that's where it is for me, is if we're not looking at how do we help this, we're just gonna hurt kids at the end of the day. And I'm not putting a dollar sign ever, so.
Oh, also, one more thing. I left, there's a hyperlink at the end of the presentation with an article about, it's from the New York Times, about the socioeconomic divide in technology pales in comparison to the socioeconomic impact on student involvement in organized sports and recreation. And so, you know, if we can get those individuals back in the building to aggressively recruit students to participate in those organized sports, man, I think that'd be great. So.
Appreciate it. Walker?
So, to be clear, I'm not against them not being in the building. I'm against the inadequate pay that we're looking to provide, whether that's on that salary schedule or not. And again, we have, like it was mentioned, this potentially like a DSS position. Our DSS staff is our inadequate staff currently, but we have a new administrative salary schedule on here to update yet again for top administrators to get more money, and again, the other individuals not. So if we're going to look at this role to be in buildings, I think it needs to be hammered out. It needs to look at the work that the department has done currently and still to this day, because those are individuals over there who are actually working and enjoy what they do and love being here. I don't think that it's appropriate for this department to be recommended by superintendent or interim business manager for a change when we do not have a permanent business manager in place. That's all my comments.
So you would say we shouldn't move until we have other people in
Correct.
positions?
I don't want to change the department when somebody is not here who that department is responsible to.
But this work would still continue, correct?
If you want to, we can. My
I'm saying
thing
the work
is,
would still-
the work will still
saying you
continue,
want
but what I
to
don't,
pause the work.
what I don't want to happen is if we agree to change the department this year, we come back next year and now we're getting another presentation from the new business manager to do the same thing all over again. If we're going to do it, let's do it correctly with the right people in place.
Which, to your theory, though.
It's not a theory,
anyone-
it's
no,
facts.
a
Let's
theory.
correct it. It's
theory,
facts.
'cause what I'm saying is this: anybody in position can come back and have a change of their organization any year.
Like we said.
So you're saying that if you have a new person, then they would stay with something standard and just move, and they wouldn't think of something to do
So
different.
what you're saying is you're okay with constantly changing things
No,
every year?
I'm okay with constantly reevaluating things.
That's fine. How many times do we evaluate every department in this district every year?
Every year, it's how much that director wants to come and reevaluate.
Okay,
it,
we have
Mr.
one
Walker.
department that has 5 directors of operations.
Okay.
Let's reevaluate that as well.
You can go and
Let's
do that as
reevaluate
well, Mr.
safety and
Walker.
security that
That's
lacks
what
a
I'm
number
saying,
2.
Mr. Walker.
Let's
You're
reevaluate
not
every single
hamstrung
department.
to do that.
If I could jump in as the parliamentarian.
Go ahead.
You
Gee.
guys are having a conversation that has nothing to do with the presentation. And
That's-
if we could
Karen,
get back,
don't.
if we could just get back, I need a, can I get a, what's that thing called? A gavel?
I'll
I need a
yield
gavel.
my comments
Thank
because
you.
I said what I said.
That's fine. I appreciate that. because I do understand people have the ability to do the work. Appreciate you all doing the work. That is why you're here, to do the work. Thank you. Moving on. Do we have any bargaining units present that wish to speak? Seeing none. Do we have anybody signed up for hearing of the public, Madam Treasurer?
Yes, we have to.
Ah. Can you call them as they come up? Quick reminder, you have your 3 minutes. Please state your name and address as you come up. It is inappropriate to address any matter involving pending disputes, grievances under a labor agreement, disciplinary action involving an employee or student, ongoing labor negotiations, concerns or matters that have already been settled, and/or any matter which, because of its nature, is deemed appropriate to be discussed in executive session. The purpose of public hearing portion of the meeting is for members of the public to express viewpoints and public concerns. Who do we have with us today, Madam Treasurer?
Amanda Clements. Amanda.
Don't see anyone here. Moving on. You have any other
Taylor
names?
Kessler.
Ah.
Thank you. My name is Tyler Kessler. My organization's address is 2222 North James H. McGee Boulevard, Dayton, Ohio, 45417. Thank you very much for hearing my comments today. I really appreciate you all. After a long meeting, just hear me out. Again, my name is Tyler Kessler. I come before you today as a representative of the Summer and After School Collaborative. It's a group of organizations in Dayton, Ohio that represents and serves over 1,000 of Dayton Public School students. I personally had the pleasure of working at a center-based location. That's the address that I gave. It's a place called Adventure Central. It's a positive youth development center in West Dayton, Ohio. We exist due to a unique partnership, and I have all the partnerships on my shirt, a unique partnership between Ohio State University Extension 4-H and our local Five Rivers Metro Parks organization. We're one of many center-based providers that have an off-site location with the mission of helping students up to and including high schoolers thrive after school. Recently, the district announced new changes to DPS transportation zoning coming soon, which is awesome. I believe this new zoning presents a critical opportunity to ask questions about the future of yellow bus transportation from Dayton Public Schools directly to center-based programs. There is a precedent for such transportation that did exist prior to COVID-19. And the current lack of direct transport remains a huge barrier keeping quality after-school opportunities available to the kids who need it most. I am here to ask what is possible, and this is a question of partnership between district and our programs, not one of throwing stones in any way. From our perspective at Adventure Central, I'll speak to that. This issue alone is a huge priority and has actually led to a decrease in participant ability to get to our program by 2/3. So we, pre-COVID, were working with about 90 to 95 kids a day. We're down to, I count today at the program before I came, was about 30. So a big detriment due to transportation issues. The Collaborative's other center-based programs face the same struggles. Some of them are here today. And we are all trying to plan for logistical needs, obviously supplies and specifically staffing for the next school year. And this is affected by the lack of information about transportation and kind of where we stand on this issue. We know the district has a ton on your plate, and we appreciate all that you do. We are here as a collaborative not to throw stones, but to kind of wave our hands and say, hey, we're here to help. We're serving the same kids. We're trying to do the same things. We need your help to do that. I come before you to advocate that we consider allowing bus transportation from schools to center-based after-school programs. Again, we are looking for greater connection and partnership with the district. To conclude, and thank you again for your time, what I'm really asking for is simple in word. I know it's more complicated than this, but I know at Adventure Central we're asking for 3 minutes and about 200 feet. That's the exact time and distance that it takes for a bus to pull into our driveway, drop kids off, and continue along down the road about a half mile to drop the buses at the bus hub on James H. McGee. I always say my background is social work and mental health. There's a lot of space between nothing and everything that we can explore. And I just ask that we have opportunities in the future, near future, I hope, to explore that space together. So thank you again for the time. Thank you for all that you do, the many, many things. And I hope to see you all soon. I always say, if you see kids in the yard, stop through. You're always welcome. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you for what you do.
Hey, Tyler, thanks for coming out. I think you were actually one of the folks that stood up when I was at the meeting in the fall.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I talked about our opportunities for this year and trying to work through that. So this kind of presentation in the North-South was probably the first phase of that. We are still actively working to figure out how we can do that. Okay. The after-school transportation ended 3 years ago, and it has not come back since. And we know it's a huge deal. I think you were one of many providers in that room who said, hey, if you can just get them here, we can enrich their experience. And I did not forget that. I was there with our Chief Academic Officer, Keisha Sheehy. The fact that both of us were in the same place at the same time demonstrates the importance of trying to figure this out. Also, you and I are on an email thread with Board Member Reiner, who's also working actively to help support in this space. So for today specifically, I'll have you talk to our Senior Executive Director of Transportation, Craig Anderson, and he can kind of talk to you about where he thinks we are right now as we move through that process. And thank you so much for coming. It's good to see you again.
No, thank you. And I wanted to say thank you to you both for the responsiveness to your emails, being available at that meeting. I think I said at that meeting, that's the first time I've ever experienced that. So it means a lot to us. I think we have the benefit of being able to look our enemies and issues in the eye. And we always want to make sure we let you know those things so that we can work together and make sure you know what's going on. But it sounds like you do, and I really appreciate your responsiveness. That speaks to the leadership in Dayton. It's a great place to be. Thank you.
And I'll see you at the tour tomorrow.
Anybody else, Madam Treasurer?
No.
That's all we got. Always encourage folk to come down and speak. I know I had some board members indicate that they had heard from various members in various aspects of the community and asking about if they were able to come down and speak. I want to publicly say, yes, we look forward to seeing you down here. We look forward to communications. We look forward to your emails. We look forward to your calls. But nothing beats being able to come down here and speak in front of the board. Although it may be fearful at times, definitely appreciate having you come down and have your voice be heard. Moving on to superintendent recommendations.
Thank you, President Smith. President Smith, my first recommendation, I recommend a waiver of the 48-hour rule to present the human resources recommendation as listed.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes?
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Next recommendation?
My next recommendation is for a vote, Human Resources, Section B.
So moved.
Been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Any questions? Dr. Goodwin?
Okay, couple questions. So in December, we did pass a resolution not to do back pay, but lines 36, 42, 65, 72, 156, 164, 174, 179, and 219 are for payment periods that have passed already to start. Kind of looking for some explanation on why we are still having back pays when, as a board, to nip this in the bud, we put a whole resolution together for this one. You need 36, 42, 65, 72, 156, 165, 174, 179, 219.
I'll have to get that information for you.
Okay, I
I'm
kind
not
of want to
sure.
know, go ahead, say what you're going to say, my bad, go ahead.
A few of them, it looks like they may have secured a certification and are just, their salaries being not corrected, but advanced because of that certification advancement.
Yeah, some of them are like the music festival.
Which line is that?
You gotta look at all the ones. I gave you so many. I didn't write them down. Some are the music festival. One started in October and it's now May. So yeah, I got some real, I mean, I
Is
just,
that a supplemental?
that is line, that's actually the last line on here. This is the, what's this, line 219 is for 2 days of pay. From 10/20 to 10/22. So that happened in past, and that was last year.
Yeah, that may have just gotten submitted by the school building. Typically, when that happens, we get that information in late, but I will check.
Okay. Follow-up question, what is the consequences for continuing to miss these deadlines?
So if it's information that's coming in late from the building, we would communicate that information to Chief Dooley or Chief Spurlock.
Okay,
And-
so my request is just the lines, did you write the ones down that I gave you guys? I'll give it to you one more
I only caught a few
time.
of them, yeah, can you,
Because I would like to know why all of these ones are past the deadlines, and if they were late from the building, are there consequences that are occurring for missing whatever you guys' process is?
Okay.
Because if we keep allowing this to happen, then people will keep doing it.
great. You said 36, 42,
36.
56?
36, 42, 65, 72, 156, 165, 174, 179, and 219.
All right, I'll get that info.
Thank you. A couple more questions. Number, I'm asking to pull 25, 26, 27, 28. I did request, when the board docs came out, some information on the principals, particularly if these jobs were posted, if these individuals went through a process for it, and I didn't receive that information.
Yeah, it's on the Google spreadsheet. It's hyperlinked in that spreadsheet that we shared with you.
Okay, so did these people go through a process?
Yes.
How many candidates were for each position?
Let me pull that information up for you.
And while you're doing that, I do want to note that line 28 is at the incorrect, actually, no, never mind, I see it on there. Never mind. Okay, while he's doing that, one more question for you guys. When does the 25 school year salary kick in? Does it kick in at the start of the 24, 25
July.
school year, or
July 1st.
July 1st? And do people automatically just go up to that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a request here for items 38 through 40 in terms of like the number of applicants and everything. However, I did sit in on a number of these interviews for the principals. And so there were applicants that put in for the job. We had at least, I would say, 4 to 5, maybe more that we interviewed, 6 for elementary positions. And so there was a process that we adhered to.
And you said this is in the spreadsheets for lines 25 through 28? Because I asked for all the principals.
So I did not catch that.
Okay, so I'm just asking these ones to be pulled until the next meeting,
Yeah,
just to have that information.
The only ones that was in there were Valerie, Fairview, and Rivers Edge.
I had 23, 24, and 25, but not these. But I'll get that info for you. So 24 through 28, correct?
25 through 28.
Okay.
23,
25, 26, 27, 28.
but 23 is also a principal?
Yeah.
Oh, then add that one too.
Okay.
Appreciate it, Mr. Lacy. Always looking out, keen eye to detail.
With that, would you wanting to put a motion to table it till next week?
Till next meeting.
All right. You putting that out
My
there?
bad. I move that we table the 23, 25, 26, 27, 28 till the next board meeting.
Second. Any questions?
Who seconded it?
Mr. Smith, Board President Smith.
William? Any questions? Have a vote?
Okay. We voting with the exception of 23, 25, 26,
To table.
27?
Vote
The
on
motion
the
to
table.
table.
To table? Okay,
Yeah, just a table for a week.
okay. President Smith,
Yes?
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Any questions, further questions on the remaining HR items for vote?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Let me, I just want to see something real quick. Can I pull 24 till after executive session?
All right. Any other questions?
I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Not a question. I do want to, I'm excited about I see on here our Chief of Human Resources. I got to sit in on that interview and it was a fun interview, I will say. It was just the right amount of time for an interview, and I appreciate you for that. So I'm excited that we're bringing on someone with a wealth of human resource experience, which is something that I've been asking this board every time we bring someone up. So even looking, if you guys have not seen Dr. Davis's resume, a slew of different positions in human resources as well as educational background, which I think is a unique combination for this field. So excited to have you here and, welcome to the show. Y'all can clap for her. Pretty good.
She got to make it through this next part first.
No one has pulled you off at this point, so it still could happen, but.
I started to and I left it alone.
Any other questions? If not, may we have a vote?
A vote without number 24.
Without number 24, correct, Mr. Walker? Okay.
Okay. President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
So now, welcome to the show.
Would you,
Dr. Davis,
Stand up.
would you like to introduce yourself?
please come on up and introduce yourself, and I'm hoping you still want to do this.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. You
Hello,
here now.
everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Tanya Davis. I'm excited to be here. I thank you. I'm honored for the opportunity, and I look forward to delving into the work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Short and sweet. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Y'all see that?
Your next recommendation?
Get back in the meeting.
Next recommendation. I recommend approval of the following human resources DEA after July the 10th.
So moved.
It's been moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is this for a vote?
Once again, it says it in there and you click it, but,
It's not necessary.
yeah. No, we can go. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Since did we get extra interviews on these individuals? Okay.
Anything else? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Smith,
No?
Ms. Wick,
No.
Dr. Goodwin,
Let them go, yes.
Dr. Bailey,
No.
Mr. Lacy,
No.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Nicholas,
No.
6 no, 2 yes.
Next recommendation, sir.
Please see contracts and agreements for review.
All right. Please go through review. I will say I appreciate the board being very proactive and sending out some of the questions to staff as we got the agenda. I will ask Dr. Lawrence, Madam Interim Business Manager, Madam Treasurer, for your side with those questions to be mindful of the time, the turnaround, and getting those back, as I do appreciate, like I said, the board reaching out and having those questions. Are there any further questions right now on contracts?
Yes, the Miami Valley Hospital one, this is a contract that's over 50,000, and this is not on any of our exception lists. Has this been put out for bid? And it wasn't there Friday, so it kind of should have been highlighted today.
Miami Valley.
It was added today.
Miami Valley Hospital for trainers, athletic trainers.
Oh, that is, you ask us to go out and look for other, some other quotes. So Victoria called Kettering, they said no. GoFundMe was more money for fewer people. And this, we need trainers. And so she and I talked, and I said, we're going to put this on today for review, and you have another week to ask more questions.
Yeah, no, my only question is, again, under the contracting thing, under the state law, like it's over 50,000, it's not a cooperative, it's not a sole source. It should have been bid to be clean. That's just my question on it at this point. And I guess I can kick that, our legal counsel is here, I don't need you to answer today, but can you look into if we can legally do that? Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, I have one.
Yes, sir.
You think I can get a rundown on Evaluate K through 12, what that is?
Elevate K-12 is we have established certified teachers, typically in the sciences and maths, and it's a virtual space where we have someone else in the classroom to assist. We're using that to pilot closing the gaps in our higher level sciences and maths, and in general overall with teachers. And we're going to practice this summer to see if we're going to do it next year.
Okay.
Sure.
So it's going to be a teacher that's virtually teaching students? Or-
Yes, a teacher that kids can virtually see, and we'll have another adult in the room too as well. So one virtual, one in the room.
Okay. That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Appreciate you, my fellow Lion. Ms. Wick?
Thank you. I would like to request on the piece for the trainers, the athletic trainers, stress the importance of it. I feel like our programs are vulnerable and these positions are really difficult to fill, and that our partners at Premier have worked to cultivate some folks that can help us facilitate this gap that we have in our program. So, and they've worked hard to do that so that it be elevated so that we can vote on this next week. I don't know how quickly we need to move on getting some other proposals or what needs to happen, but I would like to vote on this next week. It's really important for our kids and our programs, and to secure these important roles for as we enter the next school year and start training for the fall. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Reiner?
I would like to thank you, Superintendent. You know, we have spoken a couple times about our community partnerships. We cannot do this alone. We need to do this with everybody in the city. And I see a number of contracts here with our community partners for summer services, and I would just like to acknowledge that, and thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
We in the team, we appreciate it.
Mr. Walker?
Let me clarify my previous comments last month. Premier Health is not a great partner for Dayton Public. They don't come to the table as what they should as other partners. We continue to give them a handout and they take it every time. That's all my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Any other comments, questions? Dr. Goodwin?
Paraphrase LLC, is this a new vendor, or have we done work with them, or is this like a continuing contract? If so, how effective have they been?
This is not a new vendor. This is the vendor we use to get IEPs, ETRs, et cetera, translated into native languages of our students' families.
Okay,
So we're just renewing.
Have they been effective, or is it working?
Yeah, it is working.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Anything else? All right.
Any other questions, comments?
One more.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one, Dayton Children's Hospital, this says this is a 3-year. What, are we in year 1, 2, or 3 of this contract? Oh, it says year 3, never mind. Reading is fundamental, I got it.
Colonel White.
It's better when you catch it yourself, though.
What? I don't know. Any other questions, comments?
One more.
Yes, ma'am.
Participants, the solicitation, so this will come back to us when this is actually determined? I want someone to confirm that work.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
One more.
All right.
Behavior health, is this gonna be in all of our schools or specific ones?
Specific ones, man. Specific ones, and we listed them in the Google Doc we sent you.
Can you just say them for the record, so the people at home know what's going on?
I don't remember them off the top of my head. I think Edison was one, Charity was one, but we'll send them to you again tonight.
Someone's coming up right now. So I want the people at home to know what's going on.
The schools that we're targeting for this will be Valerie, Fairview, Roosevelt, Edison, Westwood, Charity, Kemp, River's Edge, Eastmont, and Rosa Parks.
Thanks, Jelly.
Yep.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, if you do have any further questions, please reach out to staff. Next recommendation, sir.
I recommend we look at consultant contracts for review.
All right. Are there any questions? Dr. Goodwin?
Can we get a presentation or update on kind of how the consultant contracts that we had over the years, how those have performed? Yes, no, maybe so?
That'll be a question to the treasurer. They report to her now.
Which consultant?
Or we're talking the performance of them,
You want the
correct?
performance or the
Performance of
process?
our- of our-
Yeah.
of our
Oh.
concept,
Yeah, like
we've done
other-
several principal ones, we've done some,
We have a lot of them. Are there specific ones you like?
no, I just wonder how they performed. Did they fill out well? Did we see some growth? Was it a good investment? Just some type of presentation of kind of this investment that we're putting into them.
We can have accountability and assessment do that.
What is our ROI on these consultants, sir?
Yeah.
Any other questions?
For the College Board one, about how many newly appointed AP teachers are we looking at here? That'll be able to receive this service?
I can tell you that there were at least 30 that were at our AP College Showcase. Of those, I don't know how many are getting forwarded for training this summer, but we can get you that information.
Just a comment, it's good to see some investment in that pre-K area, because I feel like if kids do, or if our teachers do have a good start of working with our kids in that one, the better they are, the better that those individuals will perform as they grow throughout our district.
Questions? No comments? Your next recommendation, sir?
I recommend a waiver of the 48-hour rule to approve the following resolution to approve certain limited teacher contracts, and this is for a vote. It's got to be done today.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and second. Any questions?
Is there a list of the teachers, or is this just?
It's all the teachers with the exception of the ones that we're in negotiations for non-renewals right now with DEA. There were 8. We might be down to 4 now. I'm not sure. But we're negotiating with them, so it's all except for the 8 or 9 that were part of non-renewal. So that's all the other teachers, and we have to do it today per their contract.
We have to do it by today? Or?
Yes, today.
Okay, so why do we always wait to the last minute on things?
We don't always do that. We did it this
Typical
time.
practice, waiting to the last minute to do things.
Okay.
Question.
Well, go ahead.
Is there a list? Like, is there one that we can, like, if it's doing today, I mean, is there something we can see so we know what we're voting on?
So you want a list of the 700 or so teachers that we're going to
That's
vote
what-
for today, or you want a list of the 8 that we're not voting for?
The ones
Or do you
that
want
got-
both?
The ones that we're asked to vote on today. I'm just asking if you guys have that.
Can you send them a file, those 700 plus teachers?
Yes. So I personally need that because I have a brother that is a teacher, and that's an ethical violation for me to vote on my brother. So I need to know if he's on this list or not.
Yes, he's on the list.
So that's why I need to see the list, so I know why I abstain if I do those type of things. So just in future practices, no problem with you guys. I mean, actually, I do have a problem with, like, waiting, but me personally, I need to know what I'm voting on. And so I'm gonna ask if that can't be put right now, can we wait to vote on this until Dr. Jones can give us that? I mean, if it's a list, you can.
If you want, we can withdraw the motion and move it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, like, just wait till you can just get that.
Lacey would,
I can withdraw.
okay. So then we go in the next recommendation, which would go to H.
I recommend that for review, actually, I recommend for review the approval of the following recommendation for memorandum of understanding for 10 days of professional development with DEA.
Entertain a motion?
Well, he said for review.
Review.
Say.
It says for vote, but he said for
Okay, so you
review.
just want it for?
Yeah, I just want it for review.
All right. Questions?
Yes, so I
Go
asked
ahead.
this. Go ahead,
What?
I'm sorry. Was somebody talking? Okay, I asked this in the email, I didn't get a response on this one yet, which I don't know if you guys put it in a form or not, because if you didn't send it to me, then I didn't check for it. Did the DEA approve this?
They approved it yesterday. You asked earlier this week, and we went back and forth for negotiations. Neil Mahoney took it to the bars yesterday, and they approved. Was it yesterday or this morning? Yesterday, yeah. Took it to the bars yesterday, and they approved it.
Okay.
In fact, since they approved it, may I change it for a vote?
I got a question for legal, though. If we do vote on it, can it be after?
Yes.
All right, next recommendation?
I recommend approval of the following resolution, DEA settlement.
Entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Any questions?
So is now, is it just DEA that doesn't report on the 28th, or is this all?
So it's DEA that doesn't report, but we are working with the other collective bargaining units as well to determine what they're going to do on that day.
Okay, will that be resolved by next week's board meeting on Monday?
I don't want to guarantee it, but I think we can get there.
Okay, and then on the second one, is that, again, the same for all unions or just DEA?
So the other unions don't have a professional development stipend where they're presenters, so it's just DEA because of the contract.
Okay.
All right?
No, he emailed it.
Okay. Any other questions on this motion? Seeing none, May we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Next recommendation?
Next recommendation is the approval of the district calendar for 24-25.
So moved.
Second.
Is this for vote?
This is
Yes.
just review. It doesn't say for vote, it says, it's just review.
Just so for review.
Well,
Go ahead, what was you gonna say?
yeah, that's fine. It can be up for review. Actually, since we're waiting to come back to do the 10 days, they really should be together. So when we come back, if you vote for the 10 days, we probably should vote for the calendar too.
There's no 48-hour waiver on this one, so you would need a 48-hour waiver.
Yeah.
So is there a dire need between today and next week on this?
I'm gonna call it a dire need.
Yeah.
But we would.
I would prefer to wait on it since we didn't, it wasn't listed.
In fact, then let's just move all 3 to next week for a vote and the approval of the bell schedule, the calendar, and the 10 days.
Okay. All right. Yeah, any questions? Mr. Lacy?
November 5th?
That's Election Day.
Right, but it's student remote, so is it, you have it listed as a student remote learning day. Is that just another way of saying a day off, or are we trying to count this as an educational day?
No, we actually do plan on having a remote day that day.
Okay,
An
so
educational day.
so they'll be learning online, or?
Yes.
Okay,
And/or we'll have some type of mechanism for them to do some work that day.
okay.
All right.
Dr. Goodwin?
On that 5th day, because I know it's not a part of our bargaining agreement for it, so who will be teaching the remote learning day? Or will it just be like something you can do that's interactive?
So you said on the 5th day? Oh,
No,
November
on
5th.
November
Yeah, the
5th.
student remote day.
We don't have.
Yeah, so we piloted some interactive learning this summer and got some, you asked about ROI, and we got some pretty good results this summer by doing that, so.
And I'm asking is it, because I know it's not our teachers that are doing it, are the teachers, have they agreed to do a remote thing?
Programming, academic programming for students that they can pull up themselves.
Okay, so it's something that they can just do
Yes.
themselves?
Mhm.
Okay. I had a second question. I know on Friday when I looked at this, it was 2 calendars up here. And today is 1. It was a 2-year calendar on Friday, and today's a 1. Is there any
We
reason?
took the second one down because DEA negotiations start again this year.
Okay.
And so instead of negotiating, going back and forth around professional development days and other terms, we just said we'll talk about all of those things in the next contract and then try to have a multiple-year contract starting from 25, 26 going forward.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Lacy?
Just, I don't know what this means, a 1/2 PLC day for teachers. What is PLC?
So that's the professional learning community. That's lots of the professional
So they're going to
development.
be going to, teachers are going to be reporting somewhere to learn?
I don't know if they're reporting. Are they reporting that day, is she? They're going to be in teams at their building.
Okay. And then, the spring break is traditionally falls in the week before Easter, but not this year. Is this just the traditional, is spring break now just happening more like at the end of March? I guess.
You know, that was a negotiation between us and DA in terms
Okay.
of, yeah, give and take on the number of professional development days versus when spring break is.
That's fine.
All right.
Dr. Goodwin?
Okay, at the end of the year, after the last day for students, the 27th and the 28th, is that professional development only for teachers, or do our other staff, are they also required to do professional development that day?
Dr. Gilmore, I'm glad you asked that question. It's professional development for the entire district. When I started this job as business manager and then to interim, and now we've talked a lot about what about everybody else. And so once Ms. Sheehy came, it became professional development for all. So we're excited about all that day, transportation, custodians. I think the custodians are out of are they at West Carrollton then, or was that later? I can't remember. But yeah, but yes, it's for all 2,500 employees.
Are all the PDs for all the employees too?
No, they're all tailored. They're tailored for their collective space in which they work.
No, I mean the 10, so the.
Yes, all 10, yes.
Okay, and then the workday ones in the gray, the no school for students, teacher workday.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last thing you
The
said.
gray bubbles on here, the gray ones, the non-professional days, but the work days, are those also staff work day, non-teaching staff too, or are they just off that day? It's the gray ones.
January
Well,
17th.
14th, 25th, 17th, it's 3 of them.
They are.
So I know the teachers work. I'm talking about non-teaching staff.
We have someone on the way.
She was coming for the teachers though.
I can, good afternoon, everyone. I can at least explain the gray circles. So in October, on the 25th, the evening of the 24th will be a parent conference evening. And then the morning of the 25th will be also parent conferences, but those will be scheduled with parents. And then teachers are dismissed halfway through the day. So they kind of get their 3.5 hours back that Friday afternoon, which is all within that same pay period, which is very helpful. And then they do it again in January after the first semester ends. So they would have drop-in parent conferences January the 16th, scheduled parent conferences the morning of the 17th. Teachers go home midday to recover the evening hours that they had just worked the night before.
The other groups that you ask about, Dr. Guzman, that's per their contract. We don't control that.
Okay. One more question for you. You're leaving. He still wanted you, Chief Dooley.
No, you
Mr.
weren't.
Lacy.
Well, you may be able to. I mean, so are you moving away from evening parent conferences?
No,
Okay.
we know that a lot of parents like to drop in when it's convenient for them, but we also know the importance of calling in parents of students who need some additional help, might need some intervention, might want to sit down and have a more formal scheduled meeting on that morning.
I like to drop in.
You like to drop in?
Anything else for Chief Dooley while she's up?
Maybe. The bubbles, week of Thanksgiving. The blue bubbles, what happens on that? I know it says no student, our school is not in session, but it doesn't say districts closed or it's not gray like that one. So do people have to work those days?
I mean, I can't speak for all work groups. There are no students in session, so teachers are off that entire week.
Somebody's tagging in. She
I
got
mean,
you.
come on, let's ask. Like, what's up with the rest of the people?
Offices are generally open the 25th, 26th, and I believe the 27th. Is that right?
So what we do is once the board approves this calendar for the school district, then what we do is we go through all of the collective bargaining units, and HR creates work calendars for all of the other units, and then we devise what does that look like. So we base that off of some we have holidays, so we normally have, as holidays for the district, we normally have all offices closed on that Thursday and Friday of Thanksgiving week, and then we plan all the holidays. Some of our bargaining units have floating holidays, such as our paras, so we kind of plan out where those floating holidays are throughout the school year, and so that's what we do. So we create work holidays, and then we use those work holidays for all of our bargaining units and all of our employees, and we set up our Business Plus for the treasurer's office, and that's how we set up our system for our role in June.
That was a lot. Appreciate that.
All right, hold on. Anything else for Ms. Spurlock while she's up? Well,
She
while
gone.
was up.
I don't think it's a Spurlock question. So if the district is closed, are people still going to be asked to come in to work? Because I believe that happened this year on district holidays.
The district is not closed. This is school not in session.
So for instance, Labor Day, it says Labor Day / district closed. So what I'm asking is, this year there were employees who stated they were informed to come in on holidays where the district was closed. I'm asking, will that still occur next year, or will they be district closed?
We're not, can you tell us who the employees were?
I,
Yes, we're not aware of any, we're not aware of that.
I will go back to the document they sent the full board and get you that information.
Okay.
I do have one. I know that we've gotten this from our hourly employees, the ones when the district is closed, and the questions about them being paid, but then the treasurer also tells us that we can't pay people who don't work. So I don't know if you guys took that into consideration with this one on how to prevent those issues from coming up, because I think you guys got really creative in the past of creating some opportunities for them because we can't pay people who don't work. So I just hope you guys kind of thought through that one, because you know those questions are gonna come.
We did.
on those
Yeah,
days.
if the district is closed and those employees are called by their supervisors, we double pay them for the work they did.
Yeah, no, I think mine was more so about when we had professional development and their bargaining unit may not have had things scheduled, and then they were more speaking to the fact that they weren't getting paid because they're hourly employees.
They have professional development this year. When we're off for professional development, they're off. And also, I sat down with all, actually 9 of the 11 bargaining units and went through versions of this calendar.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, next recommendation.
I recommend you review the Thursday night lights broadcast resolution so that we can televise one of our high school football games in the fall.
Can we go back to Bell's schedule? We didn't talk about that one. I know you
Oh,
asked
yeah,
for
you skipped Bell's schedule.
I recommend you review the 24, 25 bell schedule.
Well, we still have to talk about it, it's review.
Yeah. All right, Dr. Goodwin, do you have something on it?
I do. I guess more so, how is this playing with our good old charter schools in there, and how we're working on that piece with them? How did this work out this year? And are the highlighted ones the new changes?
So the highlighted ones are new changes, and we have we've alerted the charter schools, and we have their schedules, and we're moving forward with what's setting up for our summer route pick. That's where we are today.
Okay, I would ask for, in there, for those who may not have known, or the current bell schedule, to put those that changed, what are they changing from as well, sir?
Gotcha. Can do that.
And then, secondly, with some of the changes, talking to staff, talking to people in the community, what has that communication looked like so far, or what will that communication look like for staff that may prefer being in a school that is at 7 o'clock, knowing that a lot of those things are wrapped around childcare, getting kids off to school if you have those as well. So are we being flexible, or will we be flexible and open and working with staff to make sure that we do not create an extra burden or hardship on by changing the bell schedule?
So President Smith, I'm glad you said that. So we're adding this year a YMCA before school daycare, and the goal is to have phases where we have before school daycare in all of our buildings, so that staff and parents can use that. But that does not solve the problem with all these moves this year. So to answer your question, yes, we will listen.
Okay, yeah, 'cause another one I've heard is from, bring it back from coaches. Some of the coaches that are at our high school level are at elementary and middle schools. And so some of them have that, think that Chief Jones spoke to about that uncovered coverage when you have people coming out at 4 and trying to get over the building that may have been, got out at 3. So having that piece there, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Dr. Goodwin?
Yeah, I'm just gonna request and I requested this from you guys already via email, but just reiterating with this transportation plan and this new piece right here, kind of seeing how this works. If we can get a presentation on what that looks like, that would be good as well.
Sure.
Anything else? Seeing none? Next recommendation, sir.
Now on to the Thursday Night Lights broadcast
All
for
right.
your review.
Any questions? Seeing none.
One.
Oh, I see one,
We
Dr.
only got
Goodwin.
one. We only, can we work on getting another one? Or we just gotta see how this one go first? Just saying, it's a lot of Thursdays. Let's just go ahead and put the request out there. Ask, like, let's do one, let's get 2 more. Just saying. I would just request that we request another Thursday as well. I think this is really great, though.
I think we see eye to eye on that one, Dr. Goodwin. And they're good times. Like seeing it, it was good. We had our principals out on there last year. It was a good time. The more we can get, the better.
The company, Sinclair Properties LLC, you guys know anything about this company? Yeah, I just saw that the laws was governed by the state of Maryland, and that always just gave me a pause when I see that another state law governs a contract and we in Ohio, so. I hope, also the question, did legal look at this?
I can't remember. Joe, did you look at this? Friday Night Lights? Maybe. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, right?
Yeah.
We'll check it out.
Can we just follow
Except for
up?
review, we'll check it out.
Yeah, that bottom part of being governed by the state of Maryland gives me a little pause, but that's just the only flag I see just by this look.
Any other questions? Seeing none, next recommendation.
Omega Community Development Corporation for review.
You skip one again.
Dunbar. You see where he skipped?
I skipped one?
Salary schedule.
Salary schedule.
Oh, that was not a Freudian slip. Administrative salary schedule for review.
Questions?
I had one. Just 2. First one was, with the Mound Street principal, I see their building size is 0 to 200 with their salary schedule. However, that's actually less than elementary principal or high school principal or middle school principal who also have a 0 to 300 population. Any clarity on why that one is separate out?
That was the structure that was in place when I got here. I have to do some investigation for you.
Perfect. And then my second question is, what changed on here for this new one? I see Dean of Students, but is there any other ones?
Dean of Students and our success coordinators, they're now going to 260, so they're going from 42 to 55. They'll be working all summer in all of the many different programs that we have.
Thank you.
And Dr. Worley has let them know that, and they were very excited.
Dr. Goodwin.
Couple questions. Can I get a chart of the hierarchy of these positions and kind of how they go? I'm confused on the different levels of directors and just kind of would like to see what that hierarchy is. Second, we just created the network engineer and the systems administrator position like a couple months ago. Should it be jumping already when it hasn't even had a full year as a position? Or should where we just started at be the start of the next cycle and then it go up from there?
We have no problems with that. Sounds
I'm
good
saying,
to us.
It just started, so.
Yeah,
I
it
would just
sounds
give a bump right
good to
now.
us.
I kind of am interested in what makes a position, an administrator position, because even like some of the salaries are lower than the DSS ones.
Mhm.
but the work that I see the administrators do seem to be a lot higher or more caliber. So what puts you as an administrator?
The job description, job responsibilities, typically degree status, typically your space or position in the organization in terms of the number of people you supervise, typically.
So I agree with.
But again, we are ready to reevaluate this. I cannot wait for Dr. Davis to get here.
So I would ask, I mean, she don't start till July though, y'all, according to what we just passed, so y'all, I mean,
We've got some additional days I need to talk to you about.
I would ask that all the jobs under 70,000, like the 42,000, the 60,000, the 52,000, they just don't seem to, like the things you just said, they don't seem to match all those different calibers. And my question, are they appropriately placed, knowing that these individuals kind of tend to work more based on whatever the job structure is? I don't want people to feel like they weren't compensated for their work.
When you say work more than who?
No, just period, like, it's a
Oh,
salary job at
right,
that point. It's
right.
not an hourly job. There's
Okay.
no additional anything for it of your time. So to be at 42,000, and you go, well, you're an administrator, so there is no overtime or things like that for you. That's kind of my question of
Okay.
how these jobs became administrator jobs.
We would agree to you. Again, this is, that's part of our plans. We would agree with you that there needs to be a complete explanation, revamp, and then there needs to be conversations after that. And I think it's good that we're starting now because contracts start on July 1st and we'll have time to have those conversations.
So is there an urgency for us to approve this next week if you guys are trying to make those changes, or can this be approved in June after you make some of those changes? Like, is there something dire at this moment?
Yeah, so these are assigned to, when we come back out to vote in the DEA space, these are assigned to that, and we have to do this in order to do that.
The administrator contracts are assigned to the DEA contract?
Well, this pay scales are assigned to the administrative contracts that will be coming out next week. So we have to do the administrative contracts before May is over. So this is assigned to that. So we do this first, then do the contracts.
Okay, so then if we lock these people into a contract and we're stuck at this point again, are we able to make some of these adjustments?
Well, we have, this is beyond our control, Dr. Goodwine. There's a 2.5% raise embedded in this that the board voted on. So we can't change this.
Okay. For administrators, correct?
Yeah, for administrators.
So this is something like, even the board have voted on those, the board can, we can change that too. If we can, maybe it's a legal question to figure out what our options, because I would rather you guys, if you are looking to make changes and to write some things in here, because there are several that I don't agree should be administrative contracts.
This actually was set up incorrectly. This is before our time. It was at 2.25%. It should have been at 2.5, so we had to make that change.
Yeah, so is this something we should kick possibly the legal to figure out how we untangle this and just get it? I love giving Joe work. He over there looking like, there they go again. So I don't know, because I want to untangle it.
Can you say?
Yeah, so as we were trying to prepare administrator contracts, I was working with the assistant treasurer and the treasurer on this, and we discovered that this was a previous salary schedule that was passed by the board, but there was inaccuracies in the calculations. So there was supposed to be a 2.5% across the board increase, but it was not, some of the steps were not calculated correctly. So that's why it's boarded here tonight. And then there were some steps that actually didn't have any salaries associated with it, and that's why it's here for some changes, just because there are some calculation errors. And we know that as we were looking at this, that there are some things that we felt that needs to be adjusted, but at this time, we are just trying to correct errors that were previously calculated.
Okay, can we get both where we approve this and where this is, again, by next week too? But also, can we kick it over to the legal department too to look at with the request to, I don't want to keep us locked in errors. That just doesn't make sense to me.
We're not locked in. We actually fixed them.
Well, I'm talking about the things that I've already pointed out here, like the contract, the things that seem, I don't know why they're administrators. like a 42,000, a part-time administrator too. I mean, we have these several different groups. What classify, or what constitutes an administrator is more of my question for you guys. Versus taking a job and saying it's administrator because the job description, okay, well, who determines what administrator is for a job description? Does that make sense? You want to come to the mic? You know, people can't hear you at home.
So I believe typically it's the, if it's outside of a bargaining unit and the market kind of determines that as well, like looking at salaried positions versus hourly.
Well, we have hourly positions, like our DSS ones are above some of the ones I'm talking about right now. That's why
That
my
is a-
question is
yeah.
like, why are they not there?
That's an
here?
issue.
Why are they here instead of there?
That's an issue, yeah,
So that's the part I'm trying to
more
remedy.
specifically, okay.
And it's, honestly, it's all the things that are under 70-something thousand are the ones that I'm looking at, I'm like, why are they here? And does it make sense? If you guys say it makes sense, I mean, I just at least want you to look at it and go, this is why it makes sense to be an administrator and not a DSS.
Got it.
That piece. That's just my question for you guys.
Okay.
And that's every position on here that's under 70,000.
This table was approved.
It probably was. We probably made a
Was
mistake.
approved. And by approving this table tonight and approving the contract later on, really, it doesn't affect, because tonight he can approve this,
Well, it's not
so
for-
they
it's not
can
for a vote
work,
tonight.
so they can work on the contract to be sent.
I get that. I don't want them to work on, like, if we change something, I don't want them to send something we change. That's my issue.
Really, this is on a budget already.
It may be.
This is how it was budgeted.
You know, you can always approve increases to the salary contract. So it gives us a basis. As Dr. Lawrence said, like next week when the administrators come in, we'll have the salary. So at least they'll make that $55,000. Now, if you want to increase it as a board, we can always do that. You can always do that as a board.
You said 55,000?
I think the 42,000 goes to 55,000 July 1.
Yeah, that's a
But-
student success coach, but
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah, and
Because they go to 260 days.
right.
And the budget and the forecast, what we drafted right now is according to this salary. It's been done, it's been approved 2 years ago. And that's the reason why now this salary scale is increasing by 2.5% for July 1st. So
I think y'all
the
two
reason
different
why
things.
it's coming here is
two
some
different
of them, they had a calculation error. They shouldn't even have came, all these salaries. Those salaries with a calculation error should have been presented to the board.
Gotta fix it sometime.
Yeah, but the other salaries,
Send it over to legal and have them look at it as well, and appreciate that. Anything else? Did you have anything else, Ahmed?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Appreciate you, sir.
So I could just get the hierarchy, please, though.
We need hierarchy, send it over to legal, Mr. Walker.
So
Did you hear that, Dr. Jones?
for me, totally understand the 260, the bump and pay for the student success coaches. My question will become, one, 4 months in and have been asking for DSS information since the first month. And it's a backup to that on the status of, does the DSS employees currently have a pickup on their retirement at the state level? Or
Yes,
what is
they
the
do.
status of that?
Yes, they
Because,
do.
again, employees are reporting that they do not.
they do. We can send you something.
Okay, yeah, because what they called the state and the state showed there was nothing else there besides. I can appreciate also the upgrade here for the student success coaches. I know those individuals took up a lot more work with regards to attendance and things like that inside of the building. So excited to see them at the 260-day contract. But I would definitely like to see something with our DSS employees as well.
Anything else? Seeing nothing else? Next recommendation.
Back to our partners, our community partners, Omega, CDC, the resolution is there for your review.
Another question. One, how does this affect what the work currently going on with Omega CDC and Dayton Public Schools?
I don't know that it doesn't, if it doesn't affect the work, it simply codifies it. That's all. This is us going back to this administration. As we came in and we looked at the previous MOU and what it looked like and what we were doing and weren't doing. So we had a meeting with their leadership and said, hey, what does it look like going forward as we put things back on paper and get back on track? So that's what this is.
Does it change the monetary support that they were receiving from Dayton Public Schools?
It does change the monetary support, but we changed it. I wouldn't say change. We entered into, we had a discussion with all the neighborhood community centers about monetary support. That's an ongoing contract, ongoing conversation, rather, by the way.
Dr. Goodwin, I'll come back after that.
Okay, so I see two different terms here. So I see in the second paragraph, it's mutually interest through December 31st, 2027. And then in the now therefore paragraph, we're at 2025. And then at the bottom of this MOU, we're at 2025. So are those intentionally in there for two dates, or is the first one possibly a mistake?
It should be 2025 throughout.
Okay, so if we can get that corrected,
Got you. You got one?
I do. I'm just curious of why the payment to neighborhood schools is going away.
So, the neighborhood school centers, all of them, the history of it goes back a couple decades. When we entered into that agreement, it was a split between neighborhood school centers, us, University of Dayton, and other partners. It was a one-third split. You fast forward to now, it was, I think, $65,000 in all us, and then we were not monitoring, we as a district were not monitoring nor aligning our academic programming and results to what was going on after school. So we said, let's do a reset. We've gone from one-third to all of it. We've gone from, we used to monitor that and have regular monthly meetings to not having them. Let's figure this out and see who's really, like, as we go through this community partner space, who our partners are, because partnership, we didn't think was us paying all the money and having no oversight.
So I'm just curious of, it was the district's responsibility to monitor the oversight and the district failed.
It was a collaboration between both parties. I'll just say that. It was a collaboration between both parties, and yeah.
Okay, so I do know that this board, before I came on, and former board member Sampson had actually advocated for the payment for these neighborhood school centers and the work that they actually do. I think it's kind of interesting to see family resource coordinators that will be inside of the building, but as a district, we're not really meeting them anywhere with supporting that individual inside of the building. Because, and it's very bolded here, but will not provide funding for the employment of that family resource coordinator. And I'm just curious as, again, how we went from $65,000 for these individuals to zero with a month's notice for their budget cycle as well.
It might have been just a little over a month, actually, and we had that conversation before the school year, which starts in August, to give, and their start to their fiscal year, which starts July 1st, to have them try to figure out what that space is going to be in. Again, we are evaluating all those community partners. We are not going to zero, saying we're going to zero on all of them, but we're evaluating the process itself.
So how do we get to zero on Omega CDC?
So we're at zero at everyone right now. We're kind of starting over.
It's not what you just said, but okay.
So my thought would be, if we're evaluating these and we're looking at what we're going to do, where is the the need to change the funding model immediately instead of looking at how do we have created better oversight? How do we create these partners? Because I think one of those pieces is that we look at it from a monetary sense, but I'll just take this one, for example. I would say Omega CDC does more than $65,000 worth of work for our district yearly. So that part that we pay for that person in our building, they're doing things in and outside of our schools. And I would say the same for some of our other partners, our larger partners that do some of those. So I wouldn't want us to make a rash decision and create ill will or create a situation where we didn't have to move that quickly. I get looking at these things, and I get having that refresher of the relationships. But from previous administration to new administration, I think a lot of those relationships bridge those as well. And there's just a lot, and as we talk about how do we create relationships, how are we fostering relationships, I said it before, I can't put a monetary value on the relationships and what some of these partners do, some of the advocacy efforts that some of these partners kind of do on that end. So I think even just looking at it at a full-scale audit of the programs and not more so of the staff that we get from this, but the real relationship, the partners, the events, the things that I see from Thurgood to Fairview to Edwin Joel. I just think there's time in there to kind of flesh more of this out.
I think, first of all, thanks for your respectful comments, and I think that there's an off-ramp where maybe it's not zero. You know, maybe we reconvene the partners and have a conversation around what that middle ground looks like while we do this comprehensive evaluation. The curriculum evaluation and data evaluation, those are pieces we already have, but aligning those pieces to the current academic action plan we're having, I think that's possible. So we don't have a problem with bringing the partners back in and having that conversation. Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Walker.
I would like to pull this into our June review meeting.
You wouldn't have to pull it because it's not, it's not for a vote. So they only have to put it back up on there yet.
Yeah.
Dr. Goodwine.
Took a little break, I'm back. I'm just gonna ask, it seems like something that the Family Engagement Board Committee should be involved with, because I feel like it touches on a lot of things there.
This is our first time hearing of this.
Okay, I was just gonna ask if that committee could be involved in like those conversations of it, just to have some board representation a part of this process, since it seems on par with some of the fundamentals of the committee is about. That's all. That was just my request, Dr. Lawrence.
All right.
No problem.
Anything else? Seeing none, next recommendation.
I recommend that you review the resolution for the OSHA State Track Meet supplemental pay.
All right.
I'll move.
I was gonna ask, you said to review it. Is that something that we need? Because I think there's some timeliness to some of that.
We could get away with it next week. I would prefer this week. I'm looking at Victoria this week. Yeah, let's do, yeah. Okay, oh, yes.
He said the supplemental, he skipped one again.
Yeah, you're doing too much.
Oh, man, you're doing too much.
Oh, yeah, no.
Joe.
Yeah. The addendum has to, we gotta get that.
Yeah, I recommend approval of the following OSHA State Track Meet addendum.
Second.
Who moved it? Lacey?
Mr. Walker
Okay.
Dr.
and
Walker.
board member Wick, second.
Any questions?
Yes, so question is for this one and not the one that's for review after it. In our current agreement, which I don't have, so first, did this go through legal? Did they at least check it out, make sure we were good? Man, we got a lot out of them. Joe-
Dr. Goodwine, that's typically the default now to send things illegal, so I'd be shocked if it didn't.
Okay, so the next one, the next resolution talks about pay, and although I've talked to Chief Jones, and I've heard that it's a reimbursement for us, I don't see that anywhere in the documents that you guys are asking us to approve. So that's for admin, yes. So I just wonder if the two are connected, or if there's another piece that is missing that kind of states that in the next one that we're approving, we're going to be reimbursed for paying admin. Because right now, the way it reads, we're just covering the cost.
What's OSHA? How's OSHA responded to that, Chief Jones?
I was gonna say it's in
It should have been, I thought it would be in an addendum. Well, no, I'm saying, that I don't know, it's coming up here for us, so if it's in the original, if we could just find that and put on our resolution, that piece.
Yeah, the major change with the one you have, we added the RVs, because early on we didn't know we had to have the RVs here. And then the supplemental, we have some admin that are going to assist with us, because this is a big event, and we wanted to make sure we could compensate them, and per our district policy, we have to get approval from the superintendent if we make those adjustments, and it has to be approved by you guys. So essentially, that's for any additional help that's going to help us with that. And then minus the concession, OSHA will reimburse us for those individuals that are going to help us with that event.
Including the administrators?
Yes.
Is that somewhere in writing?
I'm looking in the original contract.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right now. If it's
It's
not.
anybody that's working in those areas outside of concession, OSHA is going to reimburse. And I do have that in email. I don't know how detailed it is in the contract, but I did get clarity with their financial person. Laura is her name.
Okay.
They're not opposed to who works with us, but because of our policy, I had to get approval from you guys concerning any admin that are going to assist.
Okay. I'm clear. Is anyone who works from us is paid the $15 rate, and you guys are reimbursed. But in the next resolution, that's for next week, you're asking us to approve that administrators can be a part of that, anybody.
Yes.
Okay.
And we kept it consistent with everybody that's working, which is at that $15 rate.
Okay, so I won't ask questions on the next one, but I will ask that in the next resolution, we kind of add that line in.
About
That-
reimbursement?
Yeah, but
Okay.
that they're in that reimbursement, because right now, again, the way it reads is as if we're just paying out of our own fund, just administrators, when it's
Yeah.
not the case.
We're just treating them like a regular OSHA worker. The dilemma is on our end, because we don't permit them to have
So-
supplementals without the superintendent's.
So then, can we make sure that legal gets another look at the original contract that they sent? Because like I said, this is that addendum for the RVs, because that's not part of the fee that we got
Right.
to not charge for parking is not in here, because we can actually charge for the RVs.
Right.
So that would be the addendum, but then making sure legal looks at the very first contract that we got that set up everything with the parking, with the payment, those things, to make sure that there's something in there specifically that says we'll get reimbursed.
Yes.
Because I don't want them to come back and be like, wasn't in there.
Wasn't in the
Yeah.
contract.
Well, we did discuss that because it keeps changing. Like, for example, we initially had 20 SROs, but we got the discus over there now. There's other places they want us to man, so they already know that's kind of like the skeleton starting out. And again, I did get that in writing as well, because it did change from the beginning of the school year.
I like to echo Board President Smith that we get legal in to make sure that
That's
things
fine.
you
I'm
got
just
in writing.
explaining the process and
Yes.
how we got here.
Appreciate you. Anything else for Chief Jones?
Just to clarify, so this is for all administrators that may potentially be listed on that salary schedule, right? That could qualify for this?
Anybody?
Anybody.
Anybody want to come work?
2,500 people in the district who want to work. We're worried about, not worried, we wanted to make sure we got enough people.
Manpower.
Enough manpower. We wanted to have a great showing, so maybe the state track meet can still come back. So any of the 2,500 people in this district can do it.
Okay, thanks.
Board members work for free, in case y'all wondered.
I already did my time for the year. Ask me to do nothing.
Anything else? All right, Madam Treasurer. We have a vote.
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Dr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
I'd like the board to take a look at resolution, OSHA State Track Meet, supplemental pay, Section P.
Any other remaining questions on that one? None, seeing none, you can move to your next recommendation, sir.
Because they're both resolutions for, one's a resolution and one's a resignation, Q and R. I'd like the board to review those.
Yes.
Any questions on that? You sent over to staff. That concludes your recommendation.
That does conclude my recommendations.
Madam Treasurer, your recommendations.
Okay. I have 5-year forecast. This is a placeholder. I haven't finished it yet, so it will be posted by Friday. The next one I have is the recommendation for permanent appropriation. And this one, we are updating it for these reasons. Let me go to that. Okay, we are increasing the Fund 451 by 4K for additional allocation for K-12 community. Can't read. And number 2, increased Fund 599 by 926K to repay an advance from the general fund. Number 3, we increase in Fund 003, which is our capital fund, by 3 million due to moving HVAC expenditures to ESSER 3. Number 4, we increased this appropriation for Fund 022 by 4 million to pay the SERS and STIRS liability. Those are the changes we're making for this appropriation.
Any questions?
Can you repeat the HVAC one? You said you're moving from where to ESSER?
Yeah,
No, where's it coming from?
from Fund 003, capital,
And how much was that again?
3 million.
Was that 3 million of the 10 that we approved?
No, we haven't borrowed it yet. Oh, from the,
That we did
Just
last, that we did in about October, no, before October, maybe between August and October for the 10
Yeah,
million
yeah.
for the things. Okay.
is that the one?
That's not the one. These are completed projects from 21 and 22. 21, 22, and 23. So these are the projects that were completed. So that gives us $3 million in permanent improvement fund to spend.
Yeah.
And we use the ESSER funds that were allocated for each one.
We don't want to, since SR3 is going away, so
wanna
we're
use it.
trying to, we
Yeah, no,
try to
I
use
get that.
it.
I just wondered if it was a part of the 10 million that we put in, but that 10 million is a whole nother thing, so.
Those funds have just been, I think, encumbered. We haven't spent those funds yet.
Yeah.
The
They're
$10
still
million.
there.
Yeah, they're still there.
All right.
So the stirs and stirs, it's just, the picture of what the actual liability will be is, just got clearer as the year?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Any other questions? All right. Next recommendation?
Okay. The next one is certificate of estimated resources. This one is, we're increasing Fund 599 by 87K for a transfer. Increasing Fund 003. Oh, hold on. I have to go away. What am I? My laptop is stuck. Okay. Okay, increased Fund 599 by 87K for a transfer. Increase in Fund 3 million due to the move into HVAC. It goes with the appropriation. Increased Fund 002 by 4 million. Exactly, it goes with the appropriation. Do you have any question on that? No. We'll go to permanent transfer. Permanent transfers. We are moving from general fund to Fund 013, which is Welcome Stadium, $100,000. From general fund to Fund 599, which is emergency connectivity, $86,691. Do you have any question on this one?
Any questions?
No. Okay. We
Alright.
will go to temporary advance.
Okay.
We are advancing from 599 emergency connectivity to general fund. General fund to repay the general fund advance of $926,401.
Okay. Any questions?
Okay.
Seeing none?
Okay, we'll go to monthly financials. That is a space holder until the finance committee meets.
Mr. Lacy got us.
Okay. Next one is minutes. These are minutes for April 9, April 16, and April 26.
Okay.
We have donations. We love donations. Thank you, donors. Let me read this for the public. We got American Legend cash, $5,000 for OEC. D Fish and D Chicken for DPS Music, cash, $150. Dogs, 4 dogs for DPS Music, cash, $20. Deer for McKinney-Vento, stocks and personal care, worth of $458. Carla and Jenny McCluskey, OEC, for senior fees. For Meadowdale, $225. For Dunbar and Meadowdale. Carla McKinney, OEC, senior unpaid fees, cash, $100. Diana Gresh, OEC, senior for senior fees, Meadowdale, $100. Deb Frederick, OEC, senior unpaid fees, cash, $150. Laura Rock, OEC, senior unpaid fees, cash, $50. Stephanie Van Violet, OEC, senior unpaid fees, cash, $810. Joseph Kastner, DPS Music Department, two clarinet and others. Mass Family Philharmonic Fund, cash, $450. National Plan Health for McKinney-Vento, $100. Women's Hunting for Meadowdale, several items worth $1,000. Thank you, donors.
Thank you, donors, indeed. Any questions, comments? Appreciate that. Next recommendation, please.
These are purchase requisitions from different departments. Let's look at them. If you have a question, Cabinet will answer.
Okay. Any questions on purchase requisitions? Dr. Goodwin?
Yes, first one, I'm at the bottom of the page, the program advisor. What type of data will this allow people to collect and analyze?
Good evening. The Progress Advisor product is a classroom observation walkthrough tool. So the data will be what implementation with fidelity on instructional practices. It'll be an opportunity for all administrators, building administrators, to give feedback to their teachers. So we're really looking forward to that, to align with our academic action plan for quality instruction. Right now, they don't have an online document to quickly give feedback to the teachers.
Okay, so it's for the principals?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You can stay, the rest may be for you too, if you want. I just hop around, you never know. The Ever Driven Technology LLC, this is an alternative transportation. Is this new? Is it someone we use? If we've used them, kind of how is it performing? What's it used for? That may not be you, I don't know.
What's it called again?
Ever Driven Technologies LLC. It is for alternative transportations for district students.
Okay.
It says ELF,
I'll let
effective.
our transportation.
She said,
ELF.
you said the key word, transportation.
And it looks like it's about to end, so.
Yeah, good evening. We use EverDriven to transport students who live in a Dayton area that may go to a school, say in Columbus. So we may have a hearing impaired student that is transferred out of district. It's our responsibility, but the school is some ways away, and our regular routes wouldn't cover those students. So we are trying to work through that. In some cases, Columbus is an outlier, but more and more schools that are closer to our our DPS schools, we're trying to use our van drivers, hire more van drivers and take some of that business and return it to DPS.
Okay. American Bus and Accessories. It's for vans for college and career readiness program. That you too?
That would fall under another program. Yep.
Tag them back in. There you go.
Hey,
Tag team back again.
I will say,
What's on?
they did put that in the email questions back, a response to that question.
Okay, give it to us so the people at home know.
Okay,
That's the whole point of
so
sending it in.
we're
What's the point of
excited.
holding on to technology, our information.
Thank you. We're excited about our college career readiness initiatives where we're increasing, as you know, the number of students in College Credit Plus, number of students with work-based learning experiences, CTE, all of that, and they need to be transported to those opportunities. So we were able to purchase vans, and we have life coaches with van certifications that will be transporting our students, our high schoolers, to all of these opportunities to get ready.
If you need me, and I'm free.
Okay.
I recently just learned that since I have a CDL, I'm good to go on vans too.
Okay, that sounds great.
I got you.
Thank you.
The cushion that she'll need to sit on.
The rest of y'all, first off, the rest of y'all can go through the van training though and help out. That'd be nice of y'all. Okay. I think that was it for me. That's it. Thanks.
Anyone else have anything in purchase requisitions?
Just a curiosity, no, I'll email it.
All right. Anyone else?
I do want to say, when I email questions, they are not just my questions, which is why I ask them again for on the mic so people hear the answer.
Hey,
I like to take credit that I really think about this stuff all the time, but I don't. I get it from a lot.
We had the same question. I submitted my questions via email. They answered it on the spreadsheet.
I believe you guys are having a conversation that's separate to what we're talking about right now.
You right. Keep it moving, man.
Thank you. Your next recommendation, ma'am?
We have them in now. There are 4 of them. Look at them. If you have any question, let us know.
Any questions on the then and now?
For me, can we begin the discussion of what we're going to do with Ludlow 1?
All for it.
I'm not talking about tonight, just like, yeah.
I want to say, adding on that, what we're going to do with Ludlow 1, what we're going to do about this alternative school, what we're going to do with properties, period. Not, I mean, we got some other stuff to do today, but those are definitely some topics that either we need to send them to some committees or we need to really start having these conversations and making decisions.
Yep, very high key. Any questions on then and now? Seeing none, this concludes your recommendations.
Yes.
All right. Moving on to new business. We have a resolution. I'll entertain the motion for the resolution.
So moved.
Been moved and second. Well, no, it hasn't been seconded. Do we have a second?
It doesn't.
Oh, do you know it for, okay. No need for a vote then.
Withdrawn.
All right,
But it does need to be said on the record what it is.
yes. Oh, there's a resolution of the Board of Education for Board Member Karen Wick to be covered by Dayton Public Schools Healthcare, Vision, and Dental. For the board's edification, would you like me to read it out? Yes or no?
No, I think the board member requested it has to do it. It's their thing. I'm just saying.
I think you should read it for clarification, just for the public.
Yeah, but I think board member Wick has to do it. It's for her. It's a benefit to her. You have to do it. It's for you. Yes, it's your resolution.
Do I have to read it? My contacts are really cloudy.
So you can just say what it is. I mean, you just got to put it on the record because
All
it's
right,
for
for
you.
the record, I have requested that I pay for insurance through the Board of Education, or through my work with the Board of Education. I will be paying fully for the coverage, and yeah, any questions? I appreciate the consideration. Yeah, it's good insurance, but it's going to cost me a lot of money, but I'm grateful.
Yeah. It's not a vote, though, because she just requested. It's not something
Yeah.
that we agree to, just for the record.
Does anybody have any questions?
I will say that this has always been an option for board members. We don't usually take the district up on it. I remember back in 2017, Board Member Wick, when you and I both came on, that we were told that this was an option, so.
Yeah, and I did,
Thank you.
I did it in 2022, and then I didn't, so. You just got to put it on the record, that's all.
Yeah. All right, other new business? Any questions?
Can we pull this for executive session?
We're not voting on it.
I still would like to,
You want to discuss it in executive?
yeah,
Oh, that's fine.
just some clarity. Not to pull it, just, yeah, I would like to discuss it in exec.
Okay. No? Any other new business? I will open that up for the good of the order. If any other board members have any new business they would
There is
like to
another
share,
one.
you do not have to,
There is
but
another
feel
one.
free.
B.
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead, Madam. Chair.
Mr. Nichols might have something.
You got something, Mr. Nichols?
What is it? Yeah, it's right there. Why he asked it.
Well, since, graduation's coming up, I'm graduating. Right after graduation, I will be going to North Carolina to go into work. And, huh? No, that's my job. My job is in North Carolina, and I'm going to North Carolina A&T. Mr. Bailey, you gotta chill on me.
Stall him out, Devo. Is that all you had, Mr. Nichols?
Can you repeat that for me?
Is that all you got?
Yeah, that's about it.
All right, we appreciate your time here. We wish you the best.
Thank you, thank you.
That is Mr. Walker.
He did call me Bailey.
I am
Bailey
Mr.
be
Bailey.
coming for you.
Let's not get him.
He did. All right, Ms. Reiner. All right, Mr. Walker.
Yes, thank you, President Smith. Attended a few of the signing days currently held at buildings. Next week is graduation, so excited for that. Actually attended today, and I want to make sure, Ms. Minor, I get it correct. The program at Goodwill is Project Life. So attended their graduation ceremony today of one of their students, which was really good to see. Student will be going to work at Ace Hardware, and really great program. They have 2 more this week, but really excited for the work that they do, and the work that we do here as a body, and how we continue to move forward. Thank you to one of my mentors, Major Graves, for coming out today to really keep me straight and forward throughout high school and things like that.
I have to ask Major Graves to be here all the time for you, Mr. Walker. Appreciate you, Mr. Walker. Appreciate your work. Ms. Lacy?
Quick comment. Last week, a congressional panel hauled a bunch of public school administrators, including the New York City chancellor. Not sure what you have to do to be a chancellor rather than a superintendent. But, no, and they thought that they were going to humiliate them. And I just wanted to comment that I really enjoyed that the public school administrators made me proud to be a part of public school, public education, and that the congressional panelists were, they thought they were going to have make a lot of political points, and that did not happen, and the public school administrators did not let that happen. So that's just my comment.
Appreciate you sharing that, Mr. Lacy. Dr. Goodwine.
Yes. First, I want to thank everybody in the district who reached out to me those who knew, my mother had been in the hospital for the last week. She got released today. Very happy about that. Do appreciate the prayers, the thoughts, the gifts, the flowers. She also appreciates just knowing that so many people reached out about it. Let's see, in policy, we actually didn't bring anything up today because we all didn't do our homework, but we're working on it now. Everyone got another copy of the things that we need to get concluded, but we did finalize a longstanding regulation, which is our grading system regulation, which is IKA-R, just some updates in it. Montessori grading scale was added to the policy. The College Credit Plus grading scale was added to the policy. The senior class ranking cutoff information was added to the policy or to the regulation, and the advanced placement information was added to the regulation. So just some really good stuff to kind of really let people know kind of what those scales are and kind of what those are weighted on. I will say also in policy, we discussed today, if you guys have been keeping up with the news, and if you get the Dayton Daily News, you see that the cell phone policy bill has made it to the governor's desk. He may sign it, he may not. We'll see what happens with that one. We've kind of been informally doing something throughout the district for the last 2 years, so we have started those conversations on what a actual policy will look like for the district, since it may be required if he does sign that bill. I'm sure there's other stuff in there too, but that's just kind of the headline on that one. Regarding policies, I have had people reach out to me regarding just some employment things, and I will tell everyone, if you have a question about policy, and I know it, I will give it to you and I will show you where it is. Definitely, the whole point of policy is to be there to guide us and to create that line of what we can and cannot do. The board clerks do a great job of putting that information on the front of board docs if you kind of want to see some things that we have touched in the last year. Please check them out. I definitely stay on them to keep them updated and to get them into the actual full body of the board docs. But all those things are there. If you have questions, I don't mind lending what I do know to you and giving you at least some point or some information if you have that for that one. I want to give out a shout out to Thomas Gray. I don't really know Mr. Gray's title. It's something with director in it, but he recently got his CDL, and that's pretty dope. So now we are almost completely through the entire management team in transportation, which I believe are going to end the year with everyone in management also having a CDL. And I think it is the first time in a long time that the people who manage transportation can also do some of the, and they can actually be out there to help drivers in a way that they haven't been able to do in the past. So very excited to see individuals actually just achieve things, especially when, it's just the first time. So I'm happy about that. Other than that, I'm excited, even though today's a long meeting. And if I was a betting person, I would have bet Board President Smith that he would not get you guys out of here at 7:30, because it's just not the way we roll. And I would have won that bet. And I would have went out very happy about my winnings and just knowing that there was another thing that I knew that he didn't know. So with that, I appreciate you guys for staying out here with us. I'm excited for what's coming up. I know next week we get to do this thing all over again. Excited that some of you guys get to leave. But we're going to hang out and just have more fun together as a body. So that's something I'm looking forward to. Thank you all.
Not to be confused with
Dr.
Dr.
Bailey
Walker.
has nothing today.
All right. Ms. Wick,
I'm good today, thank you.
Madam Treasurer,
I have nothing today.
I love it. Dr. Lawrence?
I just want to follow up on what Board Member Lacy said. He talked about being a proud member of a public education group. It's proud to be part of this team. I see my team out there. Dr. Davis, we welcome you with open arms, and we really are a team. Nothing but love for each other. Under duress, we just keep pushing. So we got you, and you got us. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Not much. Just want to say I appreciate everybody. Appreciate the conversations today. We go back and forth, but it's for the betterment of our district. I would be perturbed if the disagreements, any back and forth, was not about trying to improve this place. And so I want people to know that. Dr. Davis, we might be crazy, but we're crazy about kids. So, appreciate everybody. Appreciate the work. Hang in there. I got a senior, his last day of school is tomorrow, so I think I just felt the gray hair popping in on me. I don't know what to do, but I also have a 3-year-old, so I got to hang in there. But we got this. Can't wait for graduations next week. Definitely come out, check it out, and just lift up our educators and lift up all the work in the education field. See Ms. Dormitria here. Just want to say I appreciate the work that you do day in and day out as one of our community partners, which really shows the DPS family is more than just those that work inside of DPS and get a check from DPS. That DPS family extends to our alumni, community partners, and everybody that tries to make life better day by day. With that, y'all can go home, but pursuant to section 121.22G2 of the Ohio Revised Code, I move that this board go into executive session. This meeting is being held to consider the appointment and employment of a public employee. May I have a second? May I have a second? Any questions?
Who seconded?
I did. Anybody? I do it.
May we have a vote?
President Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Bailey.
Yes.
Dr. Bailey, Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Yep, we shall retire out. Mr. James Williams, I see you. Appreciate you, Mr. James Williams. Happy to have you here.
Project Life is a transition program for students that have special needs and are on IEPs. It's post-secondary, so once they meet all their graduation requirements, their IEP team can decide that they would like to have them continue to receive services, and they can stay with us until their 22nd birthday. We teach them employability skills, how to get a job, how to keep a job, how to interact with people, interact with supervisors, how to be aware of what accommodations you need to be successful at the job. Then we give them a chance to practice that by going out in the community and working. And so our students build those skills, so once they leave, they can be successful and as independent as they can be going forward. So right now we're partnered with Boonshoff Museum. We go there weekly. The students clean the display cases, they clean high touch points. We partner with Woodman Bowl. This is our second year partnered with Woodman Bowl. We go there every Thursday. The kids vacuum, they clean and sanitize bowling balls. They organize all the shoes. In the warmer months, we go to the Learning Tree Farm. It's also our second year for that, and the kids get to do farm work or we garden. We also have a standing partnership with Innovative Plastic, and the outside business partnerships is really what makes this program great because it gives the kids an opportunity to put the skills we talk about into practice. Currently, it's open to any Dayton Public Schools student that has an IEP and has met all the graduation requirements. And it's simply a decision that their team makes at their senior IEP meeting that they want them to do what's called defer their diploma and continue to receive services. Everyone can do anything that you put your mind to. Sometimes you may have to do a little bit differently. You might have to figure out something that makes it work for you, but everyone is capable. And don't ever let anybody tell you that you're not.
Hi, my name is Penny Bain. I'm a grandmother of 2 children that attends Ruskin Elementary School. I love things down here at Ruskin because I just feel like it's a loving, caring school. They offer so much. It's the love that they get. It takes a village to raise a child, and this is a village. There's a custodian here, Mr. Body. He gives them like fist bumps, and he makes sure he gives every child one before they enter the school. And then if they're tardy, they go and then they see Miss Love, and she's always giving bear hugs and loves and said, "Now, get on school on time." But my experience with one that I had is my little granddaughter had separation anxiety, and the school helped her tremendously get over that, and like let her know that she is safe. She is, they got a safe place for her. But it's wonderful, like the staff, and they just do so much.
Today we are here for the 66th annual Lucia May Wyatt Speech Contest. It is held every year for grades 2 through 6. There are 2 divisions, one for 2nd and 3rd grade, one for 4th through 6th grade. There's a winner in each division from each building that comes to the district competition. The students here tonight have done phenomenal. They have practiced hard, worked hard, and their effort is really showing through tonight.
Harriet Tubman, take no stuff, wasn't scared, nothing neither. Didn't come to shore to be no slave, and didn't stay one either. And didn't stay one either.
Hi, I'm Kristen and this is Jay. We are from Wave Foundation. We're housed at Newport Aquarium and we're here with our African penguin friend Randy today. And we came out to the school to teach the kids about African penguins and different animals that are endangered and how we can take care of them.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dayton Public Schools DPS The Next Level, our podcast, our own podcast, created this year with the help of PIO. And I can see them, but you can't. And I want to thank them right now for all the work they do. So we're here today. I've done about 11 episodes or something like that. And this is a really exciting episode today. We have teachers who are here. And these teachers were selected by the curriculum team, principals, the associate superintendent, the chief academic officer, both the chiefs of schools, the Office of Exceptional Children, Shelley Dinsmore. I hope you're enjoying yourself and your trip. And myself. We've been through hundreds and hundreds of classrooms around the district. And this year we brought 6 of the best together. They've all been nominated for Teacher of the Year in the state of Ohio. I got all of your nomination forms back and forwarded them to Ms. Sheehy. We're ready to go. And so this is what we do in Dayton Public Schools or in schools in general. It all starts with teachers. And I am so excited to be here with 6 of the best. And I was a teacher for 10 years. And so I don't know if I was good, but I'm going to count myself as the 7th teacher here. I'd just like you to introduce yourself and then tell me something about your family, like how you grew up. Did you have brothers and sisters? Did you grow up in the north, south, east, or west? Did you grow up wealthy or poor? Just tell me a little bit about you, because that tells me a lot about who teachers are. So introduce yourself and tell me about your life journey, like from zero to like when you were a kid to now, like becoming a teacher.
The whole story?
Oh, well, we only have 30 minutes. So I'll give an example. For me, I grew up in a working class household. My dad, Jim Lawrence, he's deceased now 2 years ago. And my mother is still here. Hi, Mom. She's 84, and she was a nurse, and he was an automotive worker, and I had 2 sisters, and they got up and went to work every day. So I get up and go to work every day, and they were just good people. And so that's kind of how I got here.
I'm Peggy Carey. I work at Belhaven in the AUMD unit there, K through 3. I was born in Northern Ohio, Tiffin area up there.
Really? Okay.
I grew up on a farm, so we had chores. My dad was a farmer, and he also worked part-time in town. So we grew up doing chores every morning, baling hay in the summer.
You're tough.
Yes, and I enjoyed it, and I actually miss it sometimes. My parents still live on that same farm, but somebody else helps them with the farm now because they're older. They're also in their 80s. 8 brothers and sisters.
Wow.
Yes.
What number are you?
I am in the middle at number 5.
Okay.
So I'm to 5. Went to college at Canton. Started out actually working in mental health group homes. I would not become a teacher right away. I didn't become a teacher until I turned 35. That was because I met my husband, and my son has autism. He's 24 now, so I did not understand what the school system was about with all of the IEPs, BIPs, FBAs, all those things that we tell parents that we want to do for children. But I did not understand. Even though I worked in mental health, it was totally different in the group homes than the school system was. So I was down in Florida at the time. So my husband lived in Florida. So Hillsborough County, where I started teaching, was doing alternative certification, where they would help you pay for it. So I took the 6 classes I needed, became a teacher in severe and profound autism, and that started my career. So I feel like I have the advantage because it is not only as a teacher, but also as a parent. And with my son being 24, I've done the whole kindergarten through 12 with him, job coaches, the whole thing. So I feel like that has given me the advantage to be able to talk to my families and say, look, I totally understand. There are good days, there are bad days, but your child's going to learn. And all of the students can learn and will learn in my classroom. And that's what so we have a good, that's kind of where my foundation comes from.
Well, I'm excited
It is
to hear
very,
that.
very much, very personal for me and in my classroom. And then I get the advantage of being with some of my kids for 3 or 4 years. So I see
Oh, we have
growth.
lots of looping there. Huh?
Yeah, so I see the growth from sometimes coming in and not and being in a wheelchair to get up, be able to walk, to be able to feed themselves, to learning the letter sounds, to learning, to start to reading. So I get the whole loop, which is very satisfying.
I'm going to say it again.
Yes, it's.
You're tough.
I love my job and I love
Yeah.
the kids I work with. I'm
Farm.
very, very passionate about what I do. It found me. My right career found me at the right time.
I can feel it. Shelby,
found
what
me at
say
the
you?
right time.
Yeah, my name's Shelby Hughes. I'm an intervention specialist at Thurgood Marshall High School. I'm originally from Xenia, Ohio. Grew up with both my parents, working class. I had an older brother. I knew pretty much from a younger age that I wanted to be a teacher. It was instilled in me to love school, and that college was the only option for me. So growing up, I went to school every day. I literally graduated with 11 years of perfect attendance. It was my favorite place to go, which I think has, in turn made me want to come to work every single day. I really don't like missing because I know that that impacts my students. Graduated high school in 2016, and then I went on to college at the University of Dayton. I actually started there as an engineering major. I have a love for math and science, and it just really didn't work out for me. I knew in my heart that I wanted to be a teacher, so I ended up switching my major to become an intervention specialist. Graduated there in 2020 during COVID. And then actually in college, my mom decided she was going to have another child. So I have a little brother who's getting ready to graduate kindergarten this year. And that's just such a joy to see him. He's kind of following in my footsteps with a love for school and math and numbers and things like that. And so I actually specialize in math at my school. And I just love being able to make the content accessible for my students and to really try to bring them out of their comfort zones and encourage them and just kind of build up their confidence in that and expose them to things that they might not have necessarily been exposed to.
I so appreciate that. I'm energized. I'm going to sign up for your class.
Thank you.
Ms. Wise?
Hi, I'm Donna Weiss. I'm EL teacher at Fairview. I've been in this business a while. I graduated from high school in 1984. I went to UC. I got my master's right out of undergraduate. I got my master's in 1990 in reading and disabilities. Back then, it was called literacy, but basically it was a focus on reading disabilities. I started out teaching 7th and 8th grade at Gamble Middle School in Cincinnati Public. Came to Dayton, married my husband. I went to work for Dayton. I went to work at Webster, teaching back when Webster stood 3 blocks from Children's Hospital. It was a very cool building. I'm a career Dayton teacher. I haven't taught anywhere else. I left for a while to have my children. My parents were first-generation Americans.
From where?
They were born here in the United States. Both my parents were from Boston, but my grandparents were from Eastern Europe.
Okay.
My father went to school on the GI Bill. He was a World War II veteran. He took education very seriously because it was the fact that he served during World War II that allowed him to go to college. He came from, people that came to the United States for better, and he worked hard all his life. He went to med school, and he served here in East Dayton. His office used to be on Wayne Avenue. When I first came to Webster, I actually had students in my classroom that were his patients. And I can remember having a conference trying to tell a mother that her child was really struggling. And at that time, my father was sick. He was dying of colon cancer. And she said to me, yeah, it's all right. Whatever you have to do for him, how's your daddy? Because he kind of instilled in me the exact thing. If you treat people well, they will treat you back well. And if you couldn't pay him and you brought him a bag of corn, that was all right. It was okay. He would come home in the summertime with bags of tomatoes and cucumbers, and it was okay with him. He did it he loved medicine, he loved science. That was him. I try to put that same, like, I love what I do. I love to watch my kids grow, and I'm K-6 and I'm the only EL teacher at Fairview, so I see them. And I see the brothers and sisters, so I kind of see how they interact with each other. I see similar traits, all that kind of thing, and it helps you reach them. And I guess I went back to get my endorsement in 2020, because for a while I was in reading specialist at Ruskin before they got Title I kind of got. And it was such a high population, and I think we had a lot of Turkish kids at that time, and the Eastern Europe, that way kind of reminded me of my grandparents, and I just had such a love for the kids in the old world way. It really inspired me to go back and get my endorsement. And this is probably the most fun job I've had in Dayton. Like, I love what I do. This is what I'm going to finish out my career with. I love my kiddos, and I love watching them grow and really teaching the older ones how to remember where they came from. Like, you do not have to act American. You bring so many wonderful things to the table. I want you to embrace that. I want you to embrace who you are, remember who you are. So that's me.
Well, I knew these stories were going to be amazing when I started off with this question, but I didn't know that it was going to be even better than I could have ever imagined. I've spent some time in your classroom. I had a ball. You were phenomenal. The energy that you have after having done it all this time, and the care, it is self-evident. I think for me, that's one of the best things about being a superintendent. I have a team that allows me to drive around all day long and go to classes. And so I think that is unique, and that I get a chance to be that active as a superintendent and see instruction every single day. Kim, what you have? What say you?
Okay, hello. My name is Kimberly Ramsey. I have been teaching in Dayton Public Schools for 29 years. I come from a family of preachers and teachers.
29. You started when you were, what, 10?
Oh, yes. You know, yes. Thank you so much for noticing.
Yes.
So, yes, so I come from a family of preachers and teachers, so I really didn't have any choice. It was already in me to be a teacher. And I was one of those kids when I was little, let's play teacher, let's play school. That's what I did. And even in school, my teachers, I always was one of the ones I would help other students. I enjoyed helping other students, making sure, that they could learn as well. So being in Dayton Public Schools, I call myself a lifer, because my mother was a teacher in Dayton Public Schools for 34 years at Belmont High School, the late, great Gladys Townsend. And I have followed in her footsteps in education. And some people say, you act just like her. And I say, well, I can't help it. But so being a lifer, so Dayton Public Schools basically helped me to become the person I am. My mother worked, and then I went to school in Dayton Public Schools, and now I work in Dayton Public Schools. So that's what I'm a lifer. So there's no better place for me to work, and this is where I want to be, with students that look like me, students that have been where I have been, and we are in the same neighborhoods, go to the same stores, we see each other, and I think it's very vital that they see us and know, hey, we don't live at the school. Sometimes they think we're there all day. I'm like, okay, they see you out at the store, and they're like, oh, what you doing here? I'm like, yeah, I come to the store too. So just being visible, and also being a servant to our students, because we know that they need a servant, they need a model at all times. So just being there so they can see, oh, this is how I'm supposed to live my life. Yeah. So that's what that's the gift that I believe that I have for teaching.
We sure appreciate you. I did a little background before you got here, and I've heard nothing but great things. People even told me about your mother. There are folks who are lifers who knew her. And your name came up when I was meeting with the Wagaman administrative team. They think very, very highly of you.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you're here today.
Thank you.
Ms. Malone, I've been in your class several times. I mean, fire. For those of you out here watching this, smoke right
That's
here.
right.
Let's hear it.
Greetings. My name is April Malone, and I teach language arts, 8th grade and 7th grade, but 7th grade this year at Waggaman Middle School. As Ms. Ramsey, I am a lifer as well. Grew up in Dayton Public Schools. Grew up in the same community that I used to work in around the city. Both my mother and my aunts are Dayton Public retirees.
When did you graduate from Meadowdale?
2008.
I thought I did a little research on you too.
Yes, so it's pretty much in my blood, instilled in me. My mother was a social worker when they had the Head Start social workers, so I just remember her always providing resources, always talking. And she told me that was her dream job, and she said everyone doesn't get to work their dream job. I didn't originally choose education. So sorry, folks. I didn't really know what I wanted to do because I like to do a lot of things, sing, act, things that weren't necessarily considered lucrative when picking a college career. So, my mom's college, I never thought I wasn't going to go to college, but I didn't know what I was going to major in. So she said, pick something. You can do that on your own. No one needs to teach you to do that. So she convinced me, go for something that you're interested in. And so I said, okay, teacher, College of Education, Central State University. And when I got into the program, I fell in love with it. So it initially chose me because they asked me to be a tutor and things of that nature. So ideally, I've been in education for like 14 years, but I've been with Dayton Public for 12. And people are surprised to hear that, like, how long? Because I started tutoring my junior year in college, other college students. And that's when I recognized the need for, a quality education overall so that you can function in the world. So I got to see education from a lot of views, from the college viewpoint and then, from the grade school viewpoint, and see how they all connect together, and that quality education has to hit immediately from pre all the way up to high school so that people can be successful in the real world. And that's what I strive to do in my classroom. I like to bring things to my students that are engaging because I wasn't an avid reader growing up. I didn't enjoy the books. I said, and I was accelerated, so I didn't have to read the books. I could look at the Spark Notes, or I could listen real good in class and still make good grades. And I realized that I was learning, but I wasn't fully integrated into my education. That's what, home life came in. That's where I had a nice, well-rounded education, things of that nature, because she noticed the things I liked, and we went to a lot of museums and stuff like that. But I want to bring those opportunities to my students because going to school just to go to school is not an option. You come to school to get a quality education. And that's what I like to instill. Try my best, come to work, and I do my job.
Well, Ms. Malone, I want you to know that Ryan and Adriana and Alex and we're going to let you do a solo at the end of this. Since you like to sing, we're going to, maybe we'll end it with a solo from you.
Don't ask for one from me. That would not be good.
Have at it, Annie. What you have?
I am Annie Barnett. I teach 3rd grade at Eastmont. Originally, I grew up 45 minutes north of here in Piqua, very small town community, not a lot of diversity. So when I came to Dayton, you get to open up and embrace all of that. But my family, working class, if I wanted something outside of what we could afford, I had to find a way to get it. I think I started babysitting in today's standard. CSB probably would have been called on way younger than what I probably should have been able to do. But then I had a lot of character building jobs in high school and college that helped keep me motivated and directed. Always had a love of learning in school. And I can remember, if I had to stay home from school sick, I would have my chalkboard and watch PBS. And I remember calling my mom one day at work when I was homesick and said, I learned how to do taxes. I can do yours this year. And she didn't let me try it, of course. But I was still very enthusiastic. And I'm one who likes to lead and to do, and I have a lot of enthusiasm, so I usually get a lot of people to join in, which is a good thing. And when I was younger, I thought, I'm going to be the first female president of the United States. And so when I told my mom I decided I wanted to teach, I think she was slightly disappointed, but now she's very pleased and proud of my decision. And like I said, I'm a very enthusiastic learner, and I like to bring it to my children at home, my children at school, my grandchildren. Usually comes with kind of a mess. Sometimes my brother, when we have a family get together, and he'll say, "Why did you bring that?" Well, because my nieces and nephews want an adventure when I come, so I'm bringing the adventure. And I do that with my students as well, so that they want to come to school and they expect that today something big is going to happen. I know some of my coworkers, if I say, "Hey, I've got an idea," they're thinking, "Oh, no, not again." And then they'll usually join in, and at the end of the day, they'll come crawling and they'll say, "I'm going to get you the next time you have one of your ideas." But they usually turn out pretty well, and the kids are excited to do all of those things. Had a family of educators as well. They were either in education or criminal justice, so they were police officers or teachers, a lot of them. So in some respects, they kind of go hand in hand at times. Have always gravitated towards children, and that's why I think I wanted to pursue the education. There was a brief period where I needed a little more challenge, and I believe if you rest, you rust. So I left the classroom for a span of about 10 years, and I worked in educational publishing, and that was awesome. It gave me the challenge that I needed to keep moving and an opportunity to use my degree in a different way. But over the time, you miss the synergy you have with your students and with colleagues. And I remember creating teachers' editions and thinking, I would have liked to have done that. And I still would like to do that. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to do that. And so that's what brought me back into education. And with my own children, I pay attention, and I feel like I've been in urban education for now going on 17 years. I didn't start there, but this is where I feel the most at home and the most need. And I truly believe in establishing that relationship with the kids, but I look at the education my children receive, and I'll look to pay attention, what are they doing there? And if they can do it there, we can do it here. They don't always like me to go to their open houses or things when I'm in their schools, because I'll say, go stand by that bulletin board, I need to get a picture. Because I see something I want to bring back to my kids, and I've got to have an artifact to look at so I can model it and do it for the kids in the school. So my daughter said, I'm not doing it anymore, this is weird. So I have to go in, and I've done it when I've gone to go vote in school buildings, if that's a polling station. I'll look to see what they've got on the walls, and I'll think, okay, we can do that, where's my phone? And then I bring it back to our students. And they're a pretty amazing group. I can't imagine being anywhere else.
Thank you. I want to ask a follow-up question. I want to contextualize it. This goes out to all 2,500 employees, and it also goes up on our page so the viewing public can see this. And so this isn't just for teachers, it's for lots of people. We have it on YouTube too. In fact, if we go international with this, we're done with all this education stuff. We just take this show on the road, all right? How about that? All 7 of us. Out of here, right? Out of here. Adriana, you can have it. You're the superintendent. So, let's talk about some things that people may not know about teaching the general public, and here's where I'm going with that. Again, I taught for about 10 years. I was at school early. I oftentimes didn't have a break to even use the restroom. I was grading papers after school and on the weekends. I spent Sunday night with lesson plans. I was not off all summer. Let's talk. You're here because you're great. Let's talk about the things that people don't see that you do. And anybody can jump in. Let's talk about the things that you do that they don't see.
I collect clothing for my students. A lot of times when my kiddos come, their resources are minimal. A lot of them you know, I've had teachers say to me, well, why are you giving them food or why are you giving them this? Well, they don't have SNAP because they're under the radar. And it's not my business to ask, like, why they're under the radar. My business is to make sure that the parents are able to provide for their children and the children have what they need when they come to school. So I make sure everybody has a winter coat. And if I have extras, teachers come to me and be like, do you have a size? Like, they're all hanging. I hang them all up. I'll pull them out, you know. You look like which one? Try it on. You know, we do a whole thing. So I outfit them. I've got right now one of the ladies, and her name escapes me. She's the head of the music education here.
Val?
Yes.
Milligan?
Mm-hmm. She was I guess, heard that I was doing that, and she helped fund my summer coat collection, like my spring coats, because a lot of times my kiddos, and even it's not just my kiddos, it's a lot of kiddos in Dayton, they have a winter coat, and that's it. But, you know, on in between days, you're sweating to beat the band in a winter coat. Mm-hmm. You need an in-between coat. So now I have all my in-between coats lined up. And as my kids are coming in, and I'm like, come here. And they know. I had 2 years ago a little girl come to me, and I had lunch duty, and she was pushing another one. Like, they were 6th grade at the time. And she's like, ask her. I'm like, what? You know, like, it was, I wouldn't have never expected the question that came out of her mouth. And the other one's like, I need help getting a bra. Mm. So my daughter is 21. Mm-hmm. And my daughter's a hoarder, so I knew I could go home to her drawer, and she only had the good stuff at school. And so I just fished, and then they came down, and of course, you know, where are you going? No, we have to see Mrs. Weiss, and there's like 4 of them, you know, and they're holding the other one's hand that's in need of the lingerie, and I'm like, they're for me. It's lingerie. Step to the right, you know. And I made a joke, and I took, the girls went with her. I opened the teacher's restroom. I'm like, you go in and you make sure it fits her correctly. And then they're like, she'll take these 3. I'm like, awesome. Why don't you wear one, baby? But I really try to be that liaison between school and home. And sometimes even culturally, it's embarrassing for them to go, like, that's not, they don't talk about those kind of things. Mm-hmm. I've helped young girls track their menstrual cycle because nobody at home is talking to them about that because it's done differently culturally where they are. Mm-hmm. And, you know, you can't just do your thing. You know, it's not in the United States, in a school. Mm-hmm. So we've gone through, they know I have a drawer, they go to it. I have a drawer with a washcloth and a soap bar soap and toothpaste, toothbrush, and they just take the baggie and go. Mm-hmm. And deodorant. Like, it's very, you know, it's no big deal, I guess, in my room. You can come and ask me, and a lot of times they'll bring friends that are not necessarily my kiddos, but they'll just bring a friend. Is it okay?
You know, to the viewing public, I mean, we don't just work 8 to 2:30 and off summers and weekends.
No.
I thought that's what teachers did.
It's never off.
I don't think you
Even
are.
when you're out, you're on vacation, you're thinking about what you can bring back to that classroom.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You're like, oh, that would be a good bill work. I haven't. Oh, it would be so great to show this picture in my classroom. You go on vacation, have the, you know, oh, they could write about this. They can make a story. You see something cool in the museum. Mm-hmm. So you see a workshop that's during the summer, and you're like, this would be beneficial, and it's free, you go. Mm-hmm. With no pay. You may not get the credit, but you go so that you can be a more informed teacher and so that you can continuously hone your craft, because education is an ever-growing thing. So you can't turn it off. Everywhere you go, you're seeing something you want to bring back to the classroom. You're in the store buying things with your own income, and you just don't think about it. You're like, oh, my kids need this. You're a reactor. You're in the store. They're looking in your cart like, really? Okay. You don't even have children. What's that in your cart? I'm like, wow. Well, let's talk about it. So it never turns off. If you're passionate about this thing, everywhere you go, there's an opportunity to bring something back to your classroom that will enrich it and enhance it. And that's what teachers do. Yeah, the schedule is awesome, actually. However, off is not really off, because in the back of your mind you're always looking for something to engage kids. You're tuning into the news. You have to be a current, event person so that you can know what's going on, so it's never off. And even when you retire, ring ring ring, well, I heard you retired, come back and help do this, that, and the other. So it's really
Doing that right now.
It's a lifetime job. If you love it, it's a lifetime thing. And when you're in it for the long haul, it's worth it. So.
And I think to piggyback on both of those is that getting the family involved, sometimes you don't realize it becomes a whole family thing. And you have families call up and say, look, we're really struggling right now. Can you help us? Can you get some resources? What do we need?
Yeah.
What is it? And you'll be like, yeah, what is it you need? What is you need? Well, our water isn't on, so can he shower at school? So, yep, like you said, we have things that we keep a basket of stuff at school. There's a shower in there. You go in quietly, help them shower, clean up. They go
Because you
on their
can't
day.
do blooms without the Maslow.
Exactly, yeah. And you have kids that need those. We have our occupational therapist and I, we made a food pantry at school to help out with kids that come in who are just very hungry. Give little bags to take home on the weekend with them, things like that, because those basic needs aren't always met. And it's hard for families to come forward and say, okay, we're struggling. But if you build that relationship with them first, with their child first, and they see you're really there for that child and you're working to improve, and they see oh my gosh, I was told my child couldn't do anything, but you're having them do things. I'm trusting
And
you with them. They trust you
when you have
yes.
something to bring to
Yes.
them.
Yeah, I have parents that are like, what do you think is best for them? When we have IEP meetings, some parents absolutely hate the IEP meetings because they hear so much negative. It has to be a positive meeting. It has to be like, look, this child is making so much progress. And it may not just be in, they know their letter sounds. They are now walking. They are now feeding themselves. They're now sitting for 10 minutes in their chair and doing some work. They are now, it starts from the very beginning. And this, I could talk forever because this is very personal and very passionate for me, with my kids, personally at home and at school. It's improving their entire life. It's not just an academic thing. It's not just because they have.
I love it.
Because that's what it is. It's about we're doing life with these kids. We are doing life with their families. And if you can't build that relationship with the first person you see in that family who's the child, that family's not going to trust you.
When we come around
If
to talk
you
about
just-
the academic action plan, I think I was on tour and I think I came to everyone's building. There's a slide in there where I talk about this being a holistic approach to developing children, that in fact, I believe test scores will get better. I really do, but let's start with developing the whole child.
Yep.
Let's start with bonuses for teachers to come back because I need you back. Yeah, let's start with how about that?
I think
Let's start with these kind of 5 C's and dealing with culture, right? You fix culture, you'll fix these test scores. Those things will come. And listen to all the things that you do that are outside of teaching, right? And I think that's important for the viewing public to see and to know. All of you have like a 24/7 passion for the job. And this will be my next to last question. I think, is that something that you're born with or that you can develop? And the reason I ask that is I want to instill this in all 913 teachers, right? And what I'm getting at is this something that I can package up and I can have the other adults have the passion that you have? Or is this just, you're just great? I saw that smile, Shelby. You started off. What's the story? What do you think?
I think it's something that you're born with and you can instill. I think it's just really important to get to know your students, what they like, what interests them, where they come from, and just letting them teach you things. And I think that kind of gets that spark. I don't look like my students, but I want them to tell me who they are, what's important to them, and also, excuse me, I'm sorry. Also learning how I can be a safe place for them. And I think that if we come together and help each other out, that we can share that spark with each other.
Gotcha.
It's that spark that will ignite into a flame.
Yes.
If you create that culture where you have those enthusiastic, lifelong learners who are there to share and to give, then you can't help but get caught up in it. If you're in a place where there's a lot of negativity or people who do things one way and aren't open to something else, then you become where you are. And so I think if you bring it, you can't do anything but join in with that kind of movement with the kids. And I think it's that spark. If you have that passion, some of us are born with that passion. I think anybody in education is born with that passion. And if you have compassion for other people and you combine the two, then you can see past maybe where they started and have a better idea of where they can go. And it's not, most of our kids, most of my students don't ever leave their zip code. So how will they know what they don't know? How can you tell them, I see this in you. I think you could do X, Y, and Z. And if they start coming in and sharing, this happened last year. I had a group of kids crazy over Legos. And they would come in. I swear, this one young man, he probably went home every night and had a pot or two of coffee and was up all night creating these incredible structures. And he would bring them in every single day. And I said one day, wouldn't it be great if we had a Lego club? And then I thought, wouldn't it be great if we had a Lego club? Let's have a Lego club. Let's do STEM. And we started a club at school. And now, you know, there's 3 teachers that come. We have over 70 students who show up. We don't have very good materials, but they don't seem to mind. We have everything we have was donated. There's this one circuit kit, and this one little guy, he came up, he said, look, it's broken, but look what I could do. It's supposed to go forward. It won't go forward, but I made it go backward. And I said, I think you're going to be an engineer one day. He said, I think I am. And that, it's the most fun of the entire month is those times just with the kids, and you get to sit and listen and do, and you hear who likes this and who wants that. And then you also start to notice, because I've got students from all grades that'll come, and it doesn't matter how old they are, they still want to hug, but they bring their interest. And when I leave STEM club, I might have things in my hair. They might have created tattoos on my hands, and I've been playing checkers or something with another group. But they know that that's their place, their safe place to land. And we can bring those opportunities. We don't have to wait for someone to say, we need someone to bring this opportunity. If you listen to what your kids want, you can bring it. And slowly you'll start to bring other people along, because they hear the laughter and the fun, and then you got people peeking in, like, what's going on in here, and they want to do it too, I hope.
Kimberly, you sat up when we first started this podcast and said, I'm a lifer, it's in my blood, I'm a preacher's, teacher's child. Tell me, and I see you smiling, I've seen you in the building, how do you deal with the negativity? Like, I hear it sometimes when you go to the teacher's lounge. How have you dealt with that negativity? Because I don't see a negative bone in your body. How do you deal when it's around you as a teacher?
Well, I don't deal with it because I always tell them it could be worse and show them positive things. I was going to say we have a lot of young people at Wagaman Middle School that are teachers that did not go to school to be teachers, but I think they're loving being teachers now.
Okay.
I'm seeing them develop, and I see how they want to be there. They come to work every day, and they're there for our children. They have good relationships, and they're fostering these relationships and bonds to be great teachers. And I'm encouraging them to stay, because I'm 29 years in.
We're trying to figure out how to pay for your schooling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think we have some at Wagaman that would be brilliant, excellent teachers.
Okay.
And I'm there encouraging them every day. I said, you can always find the negative, but look for the positive. Learn what to do, not what not to do.
I have a special question for you.
Yes, sir.
You said 29 years.
29 years.
I mean, it doesn't look like you're going to stop. I see the energy.
I'm aging backwards.
Right. You
Come
gonna,
on. Because I don't do the negativity.
you going to do 10 more?
I might.
Okay.
Yes. I
We
go
need
in
you.
smiling and I come out smiling.
Okay.
Every day, don't
Every day.
I want to close with asking our 6 candidates for Ohio Teacher of the Year. For those of you who don't remember, I said at the beginning, these are our candidates for Ohio Teacher of the Year. We have submitted all their names, and they're in the pool, and we'll see what happens. I would like to ask them to, and it doesn't have to be one of the 5 C's, because I'm going to use one, but it doesn't have to be that. But one word and a brief description of what that word means to you as an educator as it relates to describing you. So like for me, it would be commitment. Like, you know, when people see David Lawrence at Kroger's and they say, are you a teacher? And sometimes I go, yeah, I mean, I still am. I still am a teacher. And they go, oh my God, why are you in education? Oh, the kids are so bad. And I go, no, not at all. I'm committed to being an educator. So what's that one word for you? And then give me a brief explanation on why it describes you. And take a moment if you need.
I'm torn between communication and commitment because I get the commitment from my kids and my parents because I communicate with them. So like I'm committed to do my job and I'm committed to do what I love. I'm very committed to that. But it's hard to make somebody else committed to bring their kids to school, commit to do that unless I communicate with them and share with them this is what they're going to be able to do. And that communication has to happen almost every day for some parents to be like, look, they're making progress. They're still doing this. They went from here to here. We love them here. You know, they're like our kids here. And they can see that. So I think for me, those two, it's hard to go down to one, but communication is a very, I think because some of my kids are nonverbal, so communication for me to work with the kids and their parents has to be one of the most important things.
Donna?
That I can see.
Dedicated.
Ooh.
I feel like my kids, some of them have overcome so many obstacles, whether they came from refugee camps or how they got here. I just feel like I need to be dedicated to them. They deserve that because they all came here for better. Their parents all made these sacrifices to come here for better for them, for better for the whole family. And there are kids that, you know, they go back maybe once a year and they're visiting a grandparent. And I just want to know that I'm dedicated to them so they can be dedicated to doing their best here. When they come to school, they don't have to worry about things because I want them to know that it's safe to come to me, and I'm going to, if they have a question or a need, I'm going to do my best to help them get what they need. And the parents as well. I feel like you can't be dedicated to their child if you're not dedicated to the family. Especially in my job, it's an all-encompassing. You don't just teach the child, you're teaching everybody. Because a lot of times the kids will be like, you know, if I give them a book to take home, I'm like, read to mommy. And they're like, but mommy doesn't understand. I'm like, well, you need to teach mommy. You're mommy's teacher. We all learn from each other. So, and the parents have said to me, I'm learning too. I'm like,
Yeah.
but in a way that they felt like they could help them. You know, so I want the parent to feel they can be involved in their education, even though if English is not their first language. They can still be part of things, and they can do all the things a parent needs to do here in this country and to get ahead. I've had parents come to me with, where's an English class? What can I do? I always refer them, you know, the Dayton Public Library has wonderful opportunities. I've sent home things like where you can learn English for parents, all that. Job opportunities. You just, you know, never know who, if you ask a favor, they may have somebody else to ask a favor, that you kind of roundabout your way to get what you need. And I guess I just feel like I'm dedicated to my kids and my family. And I don't want to be anywhere else. I don't want to do anything else. I love it. And again, though, you do need to be able to communicate. And a lot of times if somebody says, well, the parents don't answer me, I'm like, well, did you provide their language one? Because if you don't, they can't answer what they can't understand. So I try to do little mini PDs or things to help our staff, to help them help their students in the classroom when I'm not there exactly for every, so. I don't
April,
know.
I'm listening. What's that one word? And Ms. Malone, explain how that one word describes you as an educator. I heard dedicated, communicative.
I would say empowering.
Okay, I've got it.
And I say this
Empowering.
because
Let me hear that.
I have a goal to to activate that part in the student's mind for them to believe that whatever it is that they desire out of life is a possibility for them. And that comes through exposure, that comes through encouragement, and ultimately, I want to empower them to be their best self. Now, I know I only have a year with them, but they need to know that where they are right now is not permanent, rather it's good, bad, or indifferent, and that they have the ability inside of them to mold that future for themselves. So ultimately, I want to give them as much exposure to things inside and outside of school that I can, so that they know, hey, whatever I'm dreaming, whatever I'm going after, whatever I desire out of life is a possibility for me if I put in the work.
WRK. Annie, what's that one word that you go, man, that describes me as an educator?
Well, there's probably lots of words my students would use to describe me, but I'm going to say connection, because I work very hard to connect with my students, with their families. Once
connection.
they're mine forever. Their families are mine forever. And because I've had lots of kids, brothers, sisters, family knows they can come. And so I like that connection with the kids, feeling connected to the curriculum, finding ways to connect it to them. So that would be another way to use that word. How to connect in with the community. How can we bring them in so that the kids can see what's out there, what they could maybe bring to our own community. And then there was another, creative. I can MacGyver my way through a lot of things. I've been in school districts where you've had very little. Give me a paper clip, some tape. I can create something, and we're gonna make it work in a big way. And so when the kids see me try to MacGyver my way through something, then they're gonna bring more creativity to what they do. So I think there's that. I'm going to find a way to make it happen. So if it's going to work, if they need it, we're doing it. And if you want it, I'll get you there. And so that's, yeah, you can't really say MacGyver is an adjective, but I can MacGyver my way through a lot.
Shelby, and then I'll finish with Kimberly.
Okay.
Shelby, what's that one word that
I'm gonna
that-
say lead.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Okay, I like that.
it's my job to set the example for my students, whether that be through our thought process when we're working through problems or content. Maybe it's managing my emotions and showing them positive communication with each other. Something has maybe upset them, how to de-escalate from that, how to get up and go about their day. It's also my job to lead them to be inquisitive.
Ooh, I love that word. inquisitive.
Yeah,
I love
to,
that word.
to give them those guiding questions that spark them, to get them through that learning process. So yeah, lead for me.
And we're gonna close it out with the preacher teacher's kid, Kimberly. What's that one word? And tell me how it applies to you as an educator. I can't wait.
Okay. Well, I was going back to the 5 C's.
Okay.
And the word that comes to mind is collaboration.
Yeah.
Because I believe without collaboration, there is no commitment. There is no all the different C's that we have. Because if you don't collaborate, you cannot come together. You cannot form the relationships. You cannot get the information. So I just believe collaboration is key on all stages, as far as from the top to the bottom. And being in the OEC department, we have to collaborate with the state. We have to collaborate with the families, with different agencies. We have to collaborate with the schools, with the parents, with the students. So collaboration is very key. And I believe without collaboration, you don't have the other C's to go with it.
I want to thank all of you so much for coming. I want to thank you for what you do every day. If I've not been to your classroom recently, I'm coming because I want to see something exciting. When I have difficult days, I just find a building and find some of the best teachers, and I just go sit, and all the other issues go away when you just see greatness in the classroom. And so I want to thank all of you. I want to thank your principals for allowing you to come and figuring out class coverage. And you know, I want to thank you on behalf of children. And we have titles to these. And so, Ryan, the title of this one is, How Do We Clone Them? Hey, DPS Next Level, we're out of here.
The program is an 8-session kind of class that occurs on UD's campus. And the whole idea is to have teachers be reflective in terms of their own implicit biases, their own privileges, their own life experiences that they bring into the classroom. We wanted to give them the tools of some of the anti-racist teachings, culturally responsive pedagogy, and inclusive instructional practices that will accelerate student learning. So that was our thought process. And so how do we support new teachers? That's kind of the origins of it. How do we support new teachers who did not go through an Urban Teacher Academy? How do we give them the tools, the content, the pedagogy, the skill sets, the awarenesses, so that they could be successful in the classroom? If they're successful, obviously kids are successful. And that's really what it's all about.
It's really good to have that support. It's like when you're in school, studying on your own is cool, but when you have a study group, it's better because other people might have picked up on some things that you might not have noticed. So it's like having other people to fill in those gaps where you feel like you're lacking, but also being able to support somebody else in the gaps that they're lacking in their teaching skills as well. It's good to have somebody to discuss those issues with, so it's like I'm not the only one that feels this type of way, and then figuring out, well, I met with the parents and this is going on, so figuring out strategies to help you in class, whether it's you're having issues with parent interacting, whether you're having issues with like students becoming interactive with things, or just like lesson plans. Like for me, I feel like the thing that I needed help with was like the flow of the classroom, how I wanted things to go. Like, okay, if we're doing a microbiology unit, what should I start with? What should I end with? How do I do tests? So really just being able to bounce back ideas, having resources, and having people that have been there and went through that already and getting advice from them. Because like it's cool hearing from like the new teachers, because some of us have the same struggles, but hearing from the seasoned teachers that have already had that experience, I feel like that also makes a difference as well.
I actually started my journey at DPS student teaching. So I went to UD and I had the opportunity to student teach here. And I ended up loving it so much that I moved from Chicago, my hometown, for here. And I've been at the district for about 2 years. It's my second year of teaching. The New Teacher Collaborative has been absolutely amazing. Working with Ms. Sharon Goins and professors at UD who I have had in the past. It's been just wonderful to connect, share, learn together, and doing that all in a very safe space. Those first few years of teaching can be very difficult, and to have that group or community together gives me a sense of comfort, and we can all kind of relate in our struggles and find solutions to become better teachers, to share resources, to share stories that will only make us grow together and become the best teachers we can be.
Hi, my name is Doug and this is Aragon. Aragon is a red-tailed hawk you can see by his tail and the belly band on the chest. He represents our wild places at Five Rivers Metro Parks. We have 16,500 acres of land and multiple facilities. These parks are wonderful for hiking and fishing, backpacking experiences, and just a chance to see beautiful gardens or to learn skills like gardening and boating, and they're a lot of fun. We really want parents and all of our community members to know how to access information on our park programs and special events. And if you use our webpage, you can sign up for electronic newsletters that come directly to your inbox. We also put out Parkways that comes out twice a year, and that's a magazine that's mailed to every household in Montgomery County. So whatever you do that come out and see the wildlife and also enjoy the parks, it helps us be healthy individuals when we're outside, enjoying the fresh air and using our bodies to get some good exercise, and it's part of our healthy, active community. So come and join us and have a lot of fun.
Hi everyone, today I'm going to talk to you about bus safety. Every day, thousands of Dayton Public School students ride the bus to and from school, and it's important to know how to stay safe. First things first, make sure to get to your bus stop at least 10 minutes early, and while you're waiting, stand in a safe spot away from the road. Once the bus arrives, go straight to your seat so the bus can start moving again. And remember, while you're on the bus, stay seated and keep the aisles and exits clear. Just like in a classroom, listen to the driver and follow their instructions. This includes no foul language, no sticking your arms or head out the windows, and no eating or drinking on the bus. Lastly, make sure you only get off the bus at your assigned stop, and be sure to walk home safely. Let's all work together to follow these rules and keep our bus rides safe for everyone. Thanks for listening, and stay safe, DPS.
At Dayton Public Schools, we come together to celebrate the spirits of sportsmanship and community.
However, poor behavior by fans and sometimes athletes have created challenges that impact the safety and enjoyment of these gatherings.
We believe in creating a positive and inclusive environment for everyone, students, families, and fans alike.
Our collective responsibility is to ensure that our athletic events remain safe, enjoyable, and supportive.
To achieve this, we have a few reminders. Respect the game.
Make sure you show respect for the athletes, coaches, and officials.
Remember that these events are about skill, teamwork, and friendly competition. Do not walk on the court or field, and remain in the stands and on the sidelines.
Show support
in a positive way.
Celebrate good plays and efforts by the team you're there to support.
Avoid negative chants, cheers, or comments that may create a hostile environment.
Set a positive example. Adults should lead by example for students.
Remember that children are watching, learning, and absorbing your reaction.
Students should lead by example for their peers and for those who look up to them.
Remember that your behavior influences those around you.
Let's come together to support our students in the right way.
Positive energy enhances the entire experience and creates lasting memories for our young athletes.
Join us in fostering an environment where everyone feels welcome, safe, and inspired. Together, let's make our athletic events a source of pride for our entire community.
We are DPS.
It really is a wonderful event for kids to express themselves in ways that are outside of just being in class. So it's an exciting time in Dayton Public Schools, watching our young people really tell stories about politics, about how they feel, about the world, all types of sides of them that we don't normally see during the school day.
To be honest, I was blown away. It's beautiful coming to my city and seeing the young talent, you know what I mean? It takes a lot to get on stage and to, stand in front of a lot of people. And I know some people rehearsed it and some of them was like reading it live, but it's different when you're in front of people, and they did their thing. So I was excited to be a part of it.
Something that I really liked was that every student's piece, it had some level of impact. It meant something. A lot of it was a personal story.
They all left a piece of them on that stage. And for me, that was big for them being students. They're youth out here expressing themselves. That just made me happy.
We need to use dialogue within our communities, states, and nation to achieve the dream of so many people in the world. a dream of peace and justice that has been put off for too long, a dream that we must keep fighting for together.
We are gathered here tonight to commemorate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., so great of a champion he was to our people and a true king amongst men. But I challenge each of you to take a long, hard look at yourselves and reflect, then ask yourselves, would he be proud of where we are today?
Anybody who can write and wants to write or wants to be able to express themselves, they should come here. There's no reason, if you have the opportunity, for you not to try.
And after you try, you're gonna get better. So never be afraid to start and try.
That's right.
So when you first walk in this particular building, what you're gonna see is you're gonna see bright, open spaces, clean floors. When they say it's a new age here within this building, it truly is. The culture here at E.J. Brown is about keeping it consistent, about keeping it simple, keeping it about students. How do we get students from where they are now to where we need them to be? So about being in those hallways, building those relationships, those positive relationships with students, knowing their names, and just building that bond, believing in them. Keep it simple, keep it consistent, keep it all about students. That's why we're here at E.J. Brown.
This year, we have a very strong administration team, and we have very clear expectations, not only for the students, but also for the teachers. So that consistency is really strong this year, and I see that growing as we keep moving forward. I love challenging the students. So I teach science, and for me, it's more about teaching them to think more than like the content. So really getting them to understand what's happening around them and then be able to use that in situations that they might get into outside of the school. We've been changing the expectations and honing more into academics around the students. And then we've also been bringing in more community pieces. We've had some change over the years, but the last couple years, they've stayed the same, and we're growing more community base.
As a security resource officer here, my main job is student safety. I also am somewhat of a counselor or a mediator to the students. A lot of them come and talk to me, and we try to figure out solutions together to make things better, because if things outside of school are affecting you, then you're not going to be able to get a proper education. I believe that building a relationship with these students is the key to them advancing educationally as well as socially. E.J. Brown is the best middle school because we have the best sports teams, we have the best teachers, we have the best SRO team in the district, we have the best principal in the district. So if you want to be the best, you should come to E.J. Brown.
I think students should go here because it gives them a better mindset. The biggest difference between elementary and middle school is the moving around, but it really wasn't that hard to get used to. The way to be a Bruin is to follow the Bruin B's. Be respectful, be responsible, be safe, and be unstoppable.
If anybody is watching this, you can tell we have some amazingly dynamic, smart, wonderful kids in Dayton Public Schools. Tell me why you're in Dayton Public Schools.
I like going to E.J. Brown because of the staff. I love
like
the
that.
staff.
Yeah, you got a new principal. He is good.
Mm-hmm.
He walks around a lot, checks on you guys. I like him.
I want to be a robotics engineer. I want to take that to college and do great things with it.
How'd you come up with that?
I'm in a pathway called advanced manufacturing, and I'm taking that currently.
So your exposure or your experience in advanced manufacturing got you start thinking about, hey, this is the field I want to go into.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Awesome.
I like going to Belmont because I like the people, and I like the teachers, and I like the staff, and especially like the principal, Miss McDowell.
I want to go to Dayton Public Schools because I feel like every single teacher in Dayton Public Schools are really appreciated of the students that they have and show a lot of love to them.
Mm-hmm. What I like most about the district is all of the opportunities that they have, such as DPS University, where you can earn college credits while you're still in high school. The staff is really welcoming, and they're always pushing you to do your best in whatever you do.
I'm looking forward to getting some of my college credits already out of the way before I go to college. I have a lot of favorite staff members, but the one who I would say influences me the most is most likely Miss Mo, because she just stays on top of everyone and she makes sure that you're doing well and having a good day and stuff like that.
I'm thinking of studying law and becoming a lawyer because I don't really like the laws we have now. So I'd like to maybe change them.
I like it. So you want to be an advocate?
Yes.
DeAndre?
I've thought about being a realtor. I always wanted to,
What?
get rid of that. Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, I've never heard a kid say that.
I wanted to get rid of the whole bunch of empty, vacant houses around my neighborhood, feel me? It just seemed like a good thing to do because it just make the neighborhood look bad. Even though it's good people around there, it just make my neighborhood look bad.
The whole staff and administration helped me get through my sophomore year all the way to my senior year.
King, I appreciate you sharing that space where you said that you had some adversity, you know, and that this hasn't always been an easy road, and there was a whole family that wrapped their arms around you. I want you to know how much we in Dayton Public Schools are proud of you, first of all, and how much we wish you the best in the future, and we hope that you stay in touch with us so we're able to talk about what a graduate looks like as they move out into the world and do things other than high school.
Project Life is a transition program for students that have special needs and are on IEPs. It's post-secondary, so once they meet all their graduation requirements, their IEP team can decide that they would like to have them continue to receive services, and they can stay with us until their 22nd birthday. We teach them employability skills, how to get a job, how to keep a job, how to interact with people, interact with supervisors, how to be aware of what accommodations you need to be successful at the job. Then we give them a chance to practice that by going out in the community and working. And so our students build those skills, so once they leave, they can be successful and as independent as they can be going forward. So right now we're partnered with Boonshoff Museum. We go there weekly. The students clean the display cases, they clean high touch points. We partner with Woodman Bowl. This is our second year partnered with Woodman Bowl. We go there every Thursday. The kids vacuum, they clean and sanitize bowling balls, they organize all the shoes. In the warmer months, we go to the Learning Tree Farm. It's also our second year for that, and the kids get to do farm work or we garden. We also have a standing partnership with Innovative Plastic, and the outside business partnerships is really what makes this program great because it gives the kids an opportunity to put the skills we talk about into practice. Currently, it's open to any Dayton Public Schools student that has an IEP and has met all the graduation requirements, and it's simply a decision that their team makes at their senior IEP meeting that they want them to do what's called defer their diploma and continue to receive services. Everyone can do anything that you put your mind to. Sometimes you may have to do a little bit differently. You might have to figure out something that makes it work for you, but everyone is capable. And don't ever let anybody tell you that you're not.
Hi, my name is Penny Bain. I'm a grandmother of 2 children that attends Ruskin Elementary School. I love things down here at Ruskin because I just feel like it's a loving, caring school. They offer so much. It's the love that they get. It takes a village to raise a child, and this is a village. There's a custodian here, Mr. Body. He gives them like fist bumps, and he makes sure he gives every child one before they enter the school. And then if they're tardy, they go and then they see Miss Love, and she's always giving bear hugs and loves and said, now, get on school on time. But my experience with one that I had is my little granddaughter had separation anxiety, and the school helped her tremendously get over that, and let her know that she is safe. She is, they got a safe place for her. but it's wonderful, like the staff, and they just do so much.
Hi, my name is Marisha Collins, and I am a kindergarten teacher here at Kemp Elementary School. I'm a product of Dayton Public Schools, a proud graduate of Dunbar High School. I had amazing teachers that impacted my life tremendously. So much so that I knew when I graduated, I wanted to pursue a career in education. My teachers went above and beyond their expectations, and I knew I wanted to be that kind of educator. I wanted to make a difference in the lives of children as well as their families. A teacher is, to me, a position that you are called to be in. It is not something that everyone can be. I chose DPS because I had fantastic role models that showed me just what a teacher should be and how teachers should interact with students and parents. I feel children need teachers who care for them and who have a passion for teaching. And I do believe that my passion is there. I can't see me doing anything else. And that's why I chose DPS.
Yeah, today we are here for the 66th annual Lucia May Wyatt Speech Contest. It is held every year for grades 2 through 6. There are 2 divisions, one for 2nd and 3rd grade, one for 4th through 6th grade. There's a winner in each division from each building that comes to the district competition. The students here tonight have done phenomenal. They have practiced hard, worked hard, and their effort is really showing through tonight.
Harriet Tubman, take no stuff, wasn't scared, nothing neither. Didn't come to shore to be no slave, and didn't stay one either. And didn't stay one either.
Hi, I'm Kristen, and this is Jay. We are from Wave Foundation. We're housed at Newport Aquarium, and we're here with our African penguin friend, Randy, today. And we came out to the school to teach the kids about African penguins and different animals that are endangered and how we can take care of them.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dayton Public Schools DPS The Next Level, our podcast, our own podcast, created this year with the help of PIO. And I can see them, but you can't. And I want to thank them right now for all the work they do. So we're here today. I've done about 11 episodes or something like that. And this is a really exciting episode today. We have teachers who are here. And these teachers were selected by the curriculum team, principals, the associate superintendent, the chief academic officer, both the chiefs of schools, the Office of Exceptional Children, Shelley Dinsmore. I hope you're enjoying yourself and your trip. And myself. We've been through hundreds and hundreds of classrooms around the district. And this year we brought 6 of the best together. They've all been nominated for Teacher of the Year in the state of Ohio. I got all of your nomination forms back and forwarded them to Ms. Sheehy. We're ready to go. And so this is what we do in Dayton Public Schools or in schools in general. It all starts with teachers. And I am so excited to be here with 6 of the best. And I was a teacher for 10 years. And so I don't know if I was good, but I'm going to count myself as the 7th teacher here. I'd just like you to introduce yourself and then tell me something about your family, like how you grew up. Did you have brothers and sisters? Did you grow up in the north, south, east, or west? Did you grow up wealthy or poor? Just tell me a little bit about you, because that tells me a lot about who teachers are. So introduce yourself and tell me about your life journey, like from 0 to like when you were a kid to to now, like becoming a teacher?
The whole story?
Oh, well, we only have 30 minutes. So I'll give an example. For me, I grew up in a working class household. My dad, Jim Lawrence, he's deceased now 2 years ago. And my mother is still here. Hi, Mom. She's 84, and she was a nurse, and he was an automotive worker, and I had 2 sisters, and they got up and went to work every day. So I get up and go to work every day. And they were just good people. And so that's kind of how I got here.
I'm Peggy Carey. I work at Belhaven in the AUMD unit there, K through 3. I was born in Northern Ohio, Tiffin area up there.
Really? Okay.
I grew up on a farm, so we had chores. My dad was a farmer, and he also worked part-time in town. So we grew up doing chores every morning, baling hay in the summer.
You're tough.
Yes, and I enjoyed it, and I actually miss it sometimes. My parents still live on that same farm, but somebody else helps them with the farm now because they're older. They're also in their 80s. 8 brothers and sisters.
Wow.
Yes.
What number are you?
I am in the middle at number 5.
Okay.
So I'm to 5. Went to college at Canton. Started out actually working in mental health group homes. I would not become a teacher right away. Didn't become a teacher until I turned 35. That was because I met my husband, and my son has autism. He's 24 now, so I did not understand what the school system was about with all of the IEPs, BIPs, FBAs, all those things that we tell parents that we want to do for children. But I did not understand. Even though I worked in mental health, it was totally different in the group homes than the school system was. So I was down in Florida at the time. So my husband lived in Florida. So Hillsborough County, where I started teaching, was doing alternative certification, where they would help you pay for it. So I took the 6 classes I needed, became a teacher in severe and profound autism, and that started my career. So I feel like I have the advantage because it is not only as a teacher, but also as a parent. And with my son being 24, I've done the whole kindergarten through 12 with him, job coaches, the whole thing. So I feel like that has given me the advantage to be able to talk to my families and say, look, I totally understand. There are good days, there are bad days, but your child's going to learn. And all of the students can learn and will learn in my classroom. And that's what so we have a good, that's kind of where my foundation comes from.
Well, I'm excited.
It is
to
very,
hear that.
very much, very personal for me and in my classroom. And then I get the advantage of being with some of my kids for 3 or 4 years. So I see growth.
Lots of looping there. Huh?
Yeah, so I see the growth from sometimes coming in and being in a wheelchair to get up, be able to walk, to be able to feed themselves, to learning the letter sounds, to learning, to start to reading. So I get the whole loop, which is very satisfying.
I'm going to say it again.
Yes,
You're tough.
I love my job, and I love the kids I work with.
Farm.
I'm very, very passionate about what I do. It found me. My right career found me at the right time.
I can feel it. Shelby,
found
what
me
say
at the
you?
right time.
Yeah, my name's Shelby Hughes. I'm an intervention specialist at Thurgood Marshall High School. I'm originally from Xenia, Ohio. Grew up with both my parents, working class. I had an older brother. I knew pretty much from a younger age that I wanted to be a teacher. It was instilled in me to love school, and that college was the only option for me. So growing up, I went to school every day. I literally graduated with 11 years of perfect attendance. It was my favorite place to go, which I think has, in turn made me want to come to work every single day. I really don't like missing because I know that impacts my students. Graduated high school in 2016, and then I went on to college at the University of Dayton. I actually started there as an engineering major. I have a love for math and science, and it just really didn't work out for me. I knew in my heart that I wanted to be a teacher, so I ended up switching my major to become an intervention specialist. Graduated there in 2020 during COVID. And then actually in college, my mom decided she was going to have another child. So I have a little brother who's getting ready to graduate kindergarten this year. And that's just such a joy to see him. He's kind of following in my footsteps with a love for school and math and numbers and things like that. And so I actually specialize in math at my school, and I just love being able to make the content accessible for my students and to really try to bring them out of their comfort zones and encourage them and just kind of build up their confidence in that and expose them to things that they might not have necessarily been exposed to.
I so appreciate that. I'm energized. I'm going to sign up for your class.
Thank you.
Ms. Wise?
Hi, I'm Donna Weiss. I'm EL teacher at Fairview. I've been in this business a while. I graduated from high school in 1984. I went to UC. I got my master's right out of undergraduate. I got my master's in 1990 in reading and disabilities. Back then, it was called literacy, but basically it was a focus on reading disabilities. I started out teaching 7th and 8th grade at Gamble Middle School in Cincinnati Public. Came to Dayton, married my husband. I went to work for Dayton. I went to work at Webster, teaching back when Webster stood 3 blocks from Children's Hospital. It was a very cool building. I'm a career Dayton teacher. I haven't taught anywhere else. I left for a while to have my children. My parents were first-generation Americans.
From where?
They were born here in the United States. Both my parents were from Boston, but my grandparents were from Eastern Europe.
Okay.
My father went to school on the GI Bill. He was a World War II veteran. He took education very seriously because it was the fact that he served during World War II that allowed him to go to college. He came from, people that came to the United States for better, and he worked hard all his life. He went to med school, and he served here in East Dayton. His office used to be on Wayne Avenue. When I first came to Webster, I actually had students in my classroom that were his patients. And I can remember having a conference trying to tell a mother that her child was really struggling. And at that time, my father was sick. He was dying of colon cancer. And she said to me, yeah, it's all right. Whatever you have to do for him, how's your daddy? Because he kind of instilled in me the exact thing. If you treat people well, they will treat you back well. And if you couldn't pay him and you brought him a bag of corn, that was all right. It was okay. He would come home in the summertime with bags of tomatoes and cucumbers, and it was okay with him. He did it he loved medicine, he loved science. That was him. I try to put that same. I love what I do. I love to watch my kids grow. And I'm K-6 and I'm the only EL teacher at Fairview. So I see them and I see the brothers and sisters. So I kind of see how they interact with each other. I see similar traits, all that kind of thing, and it helps you reach them. And I guess I went back to get my endorsement in 2020 because for a while I was in reading specialist at Ruskin before they got Title I kind of got. It was such a high population, and I think we had a lot of Turkish kids at that time, and the Eastern Europe, that way kind of reminded me of my grandparents, and I just had such a love for the kids in the old world way. It really inspired me to go back and get my endorsement, and this is probably the most fun job I've had in Dayton. I love what I do. This is what I'm going to finish out my career with. I love my kiddos, and I love watching them grow and really teaching the older ones how to remember where they came from. You do not have to act American. You bring so many wonderful things to the table. Mm-hmm. I want you to embrace that. I want you to embrace who you are, remember who you are. So that's me.
Well, I knew these stories were going to be amazing when I started off with this question, but I didn't know that it was going to be even better than I could have ever imagined. I've spent some time in your classroom. I had a ball. You were phenomenal. The energy that you have after having done it all this time and the care, it is self-evident. I think for me, that's one of the best things about being a superintendent. I have a team that allows me to drive around all day long and go to classes. And so I think that is unique, and that I get a chance to be that active as a superintendent and see instruction every single day. Kim, what you have? What say you?
Okay, hello. My name is Kimberly Ramsey. I have been teaching in Dayton Public Schools for 29 years. I come from a family of preachers and teachers.
29? You started when you were, what, 10?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much for noticing.
Yes.
So, so I come from a family of preachers and teachers, so I really didn't have any choice. It was already in me to be a teacher. And I was one of those kids when I was little, let's play teacher, let's play school. That's what I did. And even in school, my teachers always was one of the ones I would help other students. I enjoyed helping other students, making sure, that they could learn as well. So being in Dayton Public Schools, I call myself a lifer because my mother was a teacher in Dayton Public Schools for 34 years at Belmont High School, the late, great Gladys Townsend. And I have followed in her footsteps in education. And some people say, you act just like her. And I say, well, I can't help it. But so being a lifer, so Dayton Public Schools basically helped me to become the person I am. My mother worked, and then I went to school in Dayton Public Schools, and now I work in Dayton Public Schools. So that's what I'm a lifer. So there's no better place for me to work, and this is where I want to be, with students that look like me, students that have been where I have been, and we are in the same neighborhoods, go to the same stores, we see each other, and I think it's very vital that they see us and know, hey, we don't live at the school. Sometimes they think we're there all day. I'm like, okay, they see you out at the store, and they're like, oh, what you doing here? I'm like, yeah, I come to the store too. So just being visible and also being a servant to our students, because we know that they need a servant, they need a model at all times. So just being there so they can see, oh, this is how I'm supposed to live my life. Yeah. So that's what that's the gift that I believe that I have for teaching.
We sure appreciate you. I did a little background before you got here, and I've heard nothing but great things. People even told me about your mother. There are folks who are lifers who knew her. And your name came up when I was meeting with the Wagaman administrative team. They think very, very highly of you.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you're here today.
Thank you.
Miss Malone, I've been in your class several times. I mean, fire. For those of you out here watching this, smoke right
That's
here.
Right.
Let's hear it.
Greetings. My name is April Malone, and I teach language arts, 8th grade and 7th grade, but 7th grade this year at Wagaman Middle School. As Ms. Ramsey, I am a lifer as well. Grew up in Dayton Public Schools. Grew up in the same community that I used to work in around the city. Both my mother and my aunts are Dayton Public retirees.
When did you graduate from Meadowdale?
2008.
I thought I did a little research on you too.
Yes, so it's pretty much in my blood, instilled in me. My mother was a social worker when they had the Head Start social worker, so I just remember her always providing resources, always talking. And she told me that was her dream job, and she said everyone doesn't get to work their dream job. I didn't originally choose education. So sorry, folks. I didn't really know what I wanted to do because I like to do a lot of things, sing, act, things that weren't necessarily considered lucrative when picking a college career. So, my mom's college, I never thought I wasn't going to go to college, but I didn't know what I was going to major in. So she said, pick something. You can do that on your own. No one needs to teach you to do that. So she convinced me, go for something that you're interested in. And so I said, okay, teacher, College of Education, Central State University. And when I got into the program, I fell in love with it. So it initially chose me because they asked me to be a tutor and things of that nature. So ideally, I've been in education for like 14 years, but I've been with Dayton Public for 12. And people are surprised to hear that, like, how long? Because I started tutoring my junior year in college, other college students. And that's when I recognized the need for, a quality education overall so that you can function in the world. So I got to see education from a lot of views, from the college viewpoint and then, from the grade school viewpoint, and see how they all connect together. And that quality education has to hit immediately from pre all the way up to high school so that people can be successful in the real world. And that's what I strive to do in my classroom. I like to bring things to my students that are engaging because I wasn't an avid reader growing up. I didn't enjoy the books. I said, and I was accelerated, so I didn't have to read the books. I could look at the Spark Notes, or I could listen real good in class and still make good grades. And I realized that I was learning, but I wasn't fully integrated into my education. That's what, home life came in. That's where I had a nice, well-rounded education, things of that nature, because she noticed the things I liked, and we went to a lot of museums and stuff like that. But I want to bring those opportunities to my students, because going to school just to go to school is not an option. You come to school to get a quality education. And that's what I like to instill. Try my best, come to work, and I do my job.
Well, Miss Malone, I want you to know that Ryan and Adriana and Alex and I, we're going to let you do a solo at the end of this. Since you like to sing, we're going to, maybe we'll end it with a solo from you.
Don't ask for one from me. That would not be good.
Have at it, Annie. What you have?
I am Annie Barnett. I teach third grade at Eastmont. Originally, I grew up 45 minutes north of here in Piqua, very small town community, not a lot of diversity. So when I came to Dayton, you get to open up and embrace all of that. But my family, working class, if I wanted something outside of what we could afford, I had to find a way to get it. I think I started babysitting in today's standard. CSB probably would have been called on way younger than what I probably should have been able to do. But then I had a lot of character building jobs in high school and college that helped keep me motivated and directed. Always had a love of learning in school, and I can remember, if I had to stay home from school sick, I would have my chalkboard and watch PBS, and I remember calling my mom one day at work when I was homesick and said, I learned how to do taxes. I can do yours this year. And she didn't let me try it, of course, but I was still very enthusiastic, and I'm one who likes to lead and to do, and I have a lot of enthusiasm, so I usually get a lot of people to join in, which is a good thing. And when I was younger, I thought, I'm going to be the first female president of the United States. And so when I told my mom I decided I wanted to teach, I think she was slightly disappointed, but now she's very pleased and proud of my decision. And like I said, I'm a very enthusiastic learner, and I like to bring it to my children at home, my children at school, my grandchildren. Usually comes with kind of a mess. Sometimes my brother, when we have a family get together, he'll say, why did you bring that? Well, because my nieces and nephews want an adventure when I come, so I'm bringing the adventure. And I do that with my students as well, so that they want to come to school and they expect that today something big is going to happen. I know some of my coworkers, if I say, hey, I've got an idea, they're thinking, oh, no, not again. And then they'll usually join in, and at the end of the day, they'll come crawling and they'll say, I'm going to get you the next time you have one of your ideas. But they usually turn out pretty well, and the kids are excited to do all of those things. Had a family of educators as well. They were either in education or criminal justice, so they were police officers or teachers, a lot of them. So in some respects, they kind of go hand in hand at times. Have always gravitated towards children, and that's why I think I wanted to pursue the education. There was a brief period where I needed a little more challenge, and I believe if you rest, you rust. So I left the classroom for a span of about 10 years, and I worked in educational publishing, and that was awesome. It gave me the challenge that I needed to keep moving and an opportunity to use my degree in a different way. But over the time, you miss the synergy you have with your students and with colleagues. And I remember creating teachers' editions and thinking, I would have liked to have done that. And I still would like to do that. And then I'm going to go back and I'm going to do that. And so that's what brought me back into education. And with my own children, I pay attention, and I feel like I've been in urban education for now going on 17 years. I didn't start there, but this is where I feel the most at home and the most need. And I truly believe in establishing that relationship with the kids, but I look at the education my children receive, and I'll look to pay attention, what are they doing there? And if they can do it there, we can do it here. they don't always like me to go to their open houses or things when I'm in their schools, because I'll say, go stand by that bulletin board. I need to get a picture because I see something I want to bring back to my kids, and I've got to have an artifact to look at so I can model it and do it for the kids in the school. So my daughter said, I'm not doing it anymore. This is weird. So I have to go in, and I've done it when I've gone to go vote in school buildings. If that's a polling station, I'll look to see what they've got on the walls, and I'll think, okay, we can do that. Where's my phone? And then I bring it back to our students. And they're a pretty amazing group. I can't imagine being anywhere else.
Thank you. I want to ask a follow-up question. I want to contextualize it. This goes out to all 2,500 employees, and it also goes up on our page so the viewing public can see this. And so this isn't just for teachers, it's for lots of people. We have it on YouTube too. In fact, if we go international with this, we're done with all this education stuff. We just take this show on the road. All right? How about that? All 7 of us. Out of here, right? Out of here. Adriana, you can have it. You're the superintendent. So, let's talk about some things that people may not know about teaching the general public. And here's where I'm going with that. Again, I taught for about 10 years. I was at school early. I oftentimes didn't have a break to even use a restroom. I was grading papers after school and on the weekends. I spent Sunday night with lesson plans. I was not off all summer. Let's talk. You're here because you're great. Let's talk about the things that people don't see that you do. And anybody can jump in. Let's talk about the things that you do that they don't see.
I collect clothing for my students. A lot of times when my kiddos come, their resources are minimal. A lot of them, I've had teachers say to me, well, why are you giving them food, or why are you giving them this? Well, they don't have SNAP because they're under the radar. And it's not my business to ask, why they're under the radar. My business is to make sure that the parents are able to provide for their children and the children have what they need when they come to school. So I make sure everybody has a winter coat. And if I have extras, teachers come to me and be like, do you have a size? They're all hanging. I hang them all up. I'll pull them out. You look like which one? Try it on. We do a whole thing. So I outfit them. I've got right now one of the ladies, and her name escapes me. She's the head of the music education here.
Val?
Yes.
Milligan?
Mm-hmm. She was I guess, heard that I was doing that, and she helped fund my summer coat collection, my spring coats, because a lot of times my kiddos, and even it's not just my kiddos, it's a lot of kiddos in Dayton, they have a winter coat, and that's it. But, on in between days, you're sweating to beat the band in a winter coat. Mm-hmm. You need an in-between coat. So now I have all my in-between coats lined up. And as my kids are coming in, and I'm like, come here. And they know. I had 2 years ago a little girl come to me, and I had lunch duty, and she was pushing another one. They were 6th grade at the time. And she's like, ask her. I'm like, what? It was, I wouldn't have never expected the question that came out of her mouth. And the other one's like, I need help getting a bra. Mm. So my daughter is 21. Mm-hmm. And my daughter's a hoarder, so I knew I could go home to her drawer, and she only had the good stuff at school. And so I just fished, and then they came down, and of course, where are you going? No, we have to see Mrs. Weiss, and there's 4 of them, and they're holding the other one's hand that's in need of the lingerie, and I'm like, they're for me. It's lingerie. Step to the right, and I made a joke, and I took, the girls went with her. I opened the teacher's restroom. I'm like, you go in and you make sure it fits her correctly. And then they're like, she'll take these 3. I'm like, awesome. Why don't you wear one, baby? But I really try to be that liaison between school and home. And sometimes even culturally, it's embarrassing for them to go, that's not, they don't talk about those kind of things. Mm-hmm. I've helped young girls track their menstrual cycle because nobody at home is talking to them about that because it's done differently culturally where they are. And, you can't just do your thing. You know, it's not in the United States, in a school. So we've gone through, they know I have a drawer, they go to it. I have a drawer with a washcloth and a soap bar of soap and toothpaste, toothbrush, and they just take the baggie and go. And deodorant. Like, it's very, it's no big deal, I guess, in my room. You can come and ask me, and a lot of times they'll bring friends that are not necessarily my kiddos, but they'll just bring a friend. Is it okay?
To the viewing public, I mean, we don't just work 8 to 2:30 and off summers and weekends.
No.
I thought that's what teachers did.
It's never off.
I don't think you
Even
are.
when you're out, you're on vacation, you're thinking about what you can bring back to that classroom.
Okay.
You're like, oh, that would be a good bell work. I haven't. Oh, that it would be so great to show this picture in my classroom. You go on vacation, have the, oh, they could write about this. They can make a story. You see something cool in the museum. So you see a workshop that's during the summer, and you're like, this would be beneficial, and it's free. You go with no pay. You may not get the credit, but you go so that you can be a more informed teacher, and so that you can continuously hone your craft, because education is an ever-growing thing. So you can't turn it off. Everywhere you go, you're seeing something you want to bring back to the classroom. You're in the store buying things with your own income, and you just don't think about it. You're like, oh, my kids need this. You're a reactor. You're in the store. They're looking in your cart like, really?
Okay.
You don't even have children. What's that in your cart? I'm like, wow. Well, let's talk about it. So it never turns off. If you're passionate about this thing, everywhere you go, there's an opportunity to bring something back to your classroom that will enrich it and enhance it. And that's what teachers do. Yeah, the schedule is awesome, actually. However, off is not really off, because in the back of your mind, you're always looking for something to engage kids. You're tuning into the news. You have to be a current, event person so that you can know what's going on. So it's never off. And even when you retire, ring, ring, ring. Well, I heard you retired. Come back and help do this, that, and the other. So it's really
doing that right now.
It's a lifetime job. If you love it, it's a lifetime thing. And when you're in it for the long haul, it's worth it. So.
And I think to piggyback on both of those is that getting the family involved. Sometimes you don't realize it becomes a whole family thing, and you have families call up and say, look, we're really struggling right now. Can you help us? Can you get some resources? What do we need?
Yeah.
What is it? And you'll be like, yeah, what is it you need? What is you need? Well, our water isn't on, so can he shower at school? So, yep, like you said, we have things that we keep a basket of stuff at school. There's a shower in there. You go in quietly, help them shower, clean up. They go
Because
on
you
their
can't
day.
do blooms without the Maslow.
Exactly, yeah. And you have kids that need those. We have our occupational therapist, and we made a food pantry at school to help out with kids that come in who are just very hungry. Give little bags to take home on the weekend with them, things like that, because those basic needs aren't always met. And it's hard for families to come forward and say, okay, like, we're struggling. But if you build that relationship with them first, with their child first, and they see you're really there for that child, and you're working to improve, and they see like, oh my gosh, I was told my child couldn't do anything, but you're having them do things. Like, I'm trusting you with them. They trust you
when you have something to bring to them.
Yeah, I have parents that are like, what do you think is best for them? When we have IEP meetings, some parents absolutely hate the IEP meetings because they hear so much negative. It has to be a positive meeting. It has to be like, look, this child is making so much progress. And it may not just be in, they know their letter sounds. Yeah. They are now walking. They are now feeding themselves. Yes. They're now sitting for 10 minutes in their chair and doing some work. They are now, it starts from the very beginning. And this, I could talk forever because this is very personal and very passionate for me, and with my kids, personally at home and at school. It's improving their entire life. It's not just an academic thing. It's not just because they have.
I love it.
Because that's what it is. It's about we're doing life with these kids. Yes. We are doing life with their families. And if you can't build that relationship with the first person you see in that family who's the child, that family's not going to trust you.
When we come around and talk about the academic action plan, I think I was on tour, and I think I came to everyone's building. there's a slide in there where I talk about this being a holistic approach
Yes.
to developing children. That in fact, I believe test scores will get better. I really do. But let's start with developing the whole child.
Yep.
Let's start with bonuses for teachers to come back because I need you back. Yeah, let's start with how about that?
I think it-
Let's start with these kind of 5 C's and dealing with culture, right? You fix culture, you'll fix these test scores. Those things will come. And listen to all the things that you do that are outside of teaching, right? And I think that's important for the viewing public to see and to know. All of you have like a 24/7 passion for the job, and this will be my next to last question. I think, is that something that you're born with or that you can develop? And the reason I ask that is, I want to instill this in all 913 teachers, right? And what I'm getting at is this something that I can package up and I can have the other adults have the passion that you have, or is this just you're just great? I saw that smile, Shelby. You started off. What's the story? What do you think?
I think it's something that you're born with and you can instill. I think it's just really important to get to know your students, what they like, what interests them, where they come from, and just letting them teach you things. And I think that kind of gets that spark. Like, I don't look like my students, but I want them to tell me who they are, what's important to them, and also, excuse me, I'm sorry. Also learning how I can be a safe place for them. And I think that if we come together and help each other out, that we can share that spark with each other.
Gotcha.
It's that spark that will ignite into a flame.
Yes.
If you create that culture where you have those enthusiastic, lifelong learners who are there